Evening, everybody. Happy Friday. I know I don't usually stream at this time in the evening, and I have no idea who's streaming live right now. I think the line was on or something like that, but at least people that I follow or I get notifications for. So this one's going to be a little bit different. This one has been covered quite a bit by a few people. And it was recommended to me by a friend of the show, Simus Funk, based on the way JimBob kind of tackles the problem of evil in his video. But a few people have already addressed this one. Taco has, Breakfast Tacos has done at least one video talking about this. Prophet of Zod did one on this. Some kind of, I don't really have too much to add, but there are a few things on it that I thought are pretty obviously weird about it. So I wanted to go over that. So yeah, this is kind of a surprise one. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a Saturday one, mostly because of a kind of a lack of things to cover, other than to cover some Pine Creek stuff, I might. It's just going to kind of playing it by ear. I might instead do one, instead of doing one early Saturday, doing one in the afternoon on Sunday. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I'll say hello to a few people. Michael Deaton is here. John is here. TK is here. These edibles are about to kick in. I usually just watch Dr. Steve Brule, but tonight I'll get Spatchcocked instead. Steve Brule's better. JL Warren's here. Good to see you, JL. Mighty Sarlacc. You mean by straw manning it? Oh, yeah, he does like with he sets like a land speed record for straw manning an argument. Start covering Tom Rabbit's other channel, Boss Man Crack, Jeff. I didn't know Tom Rabbit had another channel. Huh. Okay. I'll look into that. I've been challenging JimBob and his followers to justify their position. They never do. I've been calling it the JimBob dodge. Yeah. JL says, I briefly talked with Tom. He says Darth hasn't really been around, hence the lack of content. Yeah, he's been kind of scarce, and that hasn't really been a problem. I mean, Darth is always a welcome, thing to show up, because it's like, oh, look, the crazy cat lady's hurling cats at pedestrians again, or something like that. It's a layup practically. I mean, everything he does online is a gift. That's like, I mean, if the gift is one of those immortal fruitcakes that everybody passes around. Let's see there. Geo is here and Odin is here. Good to see you both. Hello. Yeah, I'll look into Boss Man Cracks. I didn't. Like I said, I didn't know he had a new one. Oh, let's take a look. Oh, he covers an account called Boss Man Jack, who does insane gambling streams and then destroys his parents' home. I was only joking a little. Oh, okay. Well, as long as Tom's got a new Lolscow, that's fine. That's fine. No, I've been looking. I have been watching more some other content from some other apologists, but it hasn't been as interesting to me as some of the political stuff that's out there. So I'm trying to balance this stuff out. So anyway, without rambling on anymore, aloha, Stephen Holland. Good to see you. Let's get into this. So this is JimBob. Now, I've never covered his stuff directly. Indirectly, I've covered some times that he's been in the same panel as Doug from Pine Creek, talking with Andrew Wilson. So, but yeah, this is kind of his first one, and he's been doing these series, arguments against atheism, and I think this is episode of the 2, the problem of evil. So let's give it a check and see. It's only 5 minutes long. What could it hurt?
In this episode, we take a look.
And this might be a little quiet too. So it seems like the playback was a little low.
The very popular atheist argument called the argument from evil.
So is it the problem of evil or the argument from evil? Because there's more than one argument from evil. And the problem of evil, I mean, not to be too pedantic right out, I mean, it's been 6 seconds. But the problem of evil and argument from evil are really, really closely related. But the problem is kind of scope, like they're kind of categorically different. So, okay, he's going to go with like an argument from evil. So maybe like the Roe evidential problem for evil, or like the logical problem, logical argument for evil, or something like that. Let's see what this does.
Which is often claimed to be a defeater to God.
Barry Shan, audio is 6 decibels down on JimBob there. It wouldn't surprise me. It's really quiet. And unfortunately, that is kind of fixed in StreamYard. I don't have a way to really crank that gain. So yeah. Let me know if anybody needs to turn this up to hear him better, but I'm blowing things out. Let me know, and I will dial back my volume.
God's very existence.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Arguments against atheism, problem of evil. Okay, but he's already talking about arguments from evil, so let's see.
Welcome to Arguments Against Atheism. I'm Jimbob. I'm here to give you the goods. So what is the argument from evil? I don't want to straw man it, so let's get it in precise form.
I don't want to straw man it, but inevitably that's what I'm going to do.
The argument from evil goes as follows. Premise 1.
Okay, you don't want to set up maybe explaining what the problem of evil is in general. So I'll do it. Why not? So the problem of evil generally consists in two different things. There's a logical problem of evil. There's an evidential problem of evil, right? The logical problem of evil is basically the idea that maybe there is a logical inconsistency with a God that is considered an all great creator, omni-God, kind of a perfect being, theology God of classical theism, and the existence of evil being, classified loosely, I think, as either the antithesis of God, very, 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 very open wide, or more appropriately, the existence of two different kinds of evil: moral evil, where agents do mean things, bad things, and natural evil, which is one of those, bad things happen to us, like disease and earthquakes, and Jimbob. Anyway, so with those in mind, those are kind of the basic things. That's what the logic one. The evidential argument from evil is probably a little bit easier. I think it's probably more convincing for people. It doesn't have as much to prove, at least not rhetorically. I think, but it's based on usually the evidential is the amount of suffering that we identify in the world, and is that consistent with supposedly an all-loving God? And that's usually where it hinges. Normally, what will end up happening is the eternal wrangling with theists over what the definition of suffering is, which I'm pretty sure Jimbob is probably going to get into. That's my guess. I haven't watched all this yet, so we'll see. I've watched, I think, a minute of it. I think he does get into it. It was a while ago. Evil has intent. Nature is not evil. Yeah, but for philosophers, natural evil is the things that we couldn't possibly predict that causes harm, like earthquakes and catastrophes. And moral evil is evil, malicious evil, bad people doing bad things to otherwise good people, or even other bad people. It's Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, and Jimbob, the Orthodox Dodgers. Let's see. It's made by. Did I misspell it? Jimbob. Yeah, well. Okay. I don't believe in natural evil. Yeah, natural evil is kind of a tricky one, and I have an argument for why natural evil can't exist with the God of classical theism. But it doesn't really matter here. It's more about, that's an argument you would use in somebody who is trying to say that morality is established by this particular God. You can't, based on the fact that natural evil is not a thing for that being. It can't be. All evil would have to be moral evil for him. And it raises the stakes for him. Okay, so here we go.
1. God is omniscient, omnibenevolent, and omnipotent.
And just for background on that little bit right there, usually Christians are kind of dodgy about this kind of thing. Those properties classically come from the idea that you've got an all-powerful being, a sort of perfect being theology, and from that it's entailed that perfect being, a perfect being capable of creating everything, knowing everything, worthy of worship, would have these properties at a minimum.
Premise 2, an all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful God wouldn't permit suffering in the world.
Already bad. Okay, so he's going with an argument from suffering. The problem is that he's probably not going to do anything to actually clarify what he means by suffering. So my guess is the rest of this is him hand-wringing over what could atheists possibly mean by suffering.
The world. Premise 3, there is suffering in the world. Conclusion,
there is.
God knows suffering will occur, So he either can't stop suffering, so he's not omnipotent, or he refuses to, so he's not omnibenevolent. Alrighty. Did you see any obvious problems?
Yeah, I say that you decided to go with an argument from suffering, not an argument from evil. So you're not attaching anything having to do with the logical problem of evil. He's not really dealing with definitions of evil, which would include trying to wrangle this distinction between moral evil and natural evil. It doesn't matter if you disagree with them, they're kind of laid out by classical philosophy. And if you're dealing with a God as defined by classical theism, you kind of need to get into that. And he's clearly dodging that. And then just jumping into what is a poorly defined idea of suffering and saying, okay, well, here's what these atheists do. They talk about evil being inconsistent with a God, but then they change it to suffering. And all suffering means is that their fifis are hurt or they got a toothache or something. Let's see if that's what he's doing. I don't want a straw man.
I did. Premise 2 states an all knowing, all loving, and all good God wouldn't permit suffering in the world.
It's your premise, Jimbob.
Well, why not? What's the contradiction? It seems this very low level argument from personal incredulity has no basis. From a
One might say that. It depends on what they're saying. I mean, oh boy. So suffering can be defined as broadly as a condition in which someone wishes their circumstances were other than what they are. It's just that simple. One could try to define it more clearly as excessive suffering or some kind of unnecessary suffering. For instance, say, what is the purpose either for character building or for improving the world if a little baby deer gets its leg trapped in a branch during a forest fire and slowly, horribly, painfully burns up? What suffering did that help, right? That would be an example of unnecessary suffering for, you could say the same thing. What if that happened to a person? I guess Jimbob, being that he's an Orthodox Christian, he'd probably be like, well, God's will.
Christian view, long suffering is actually a virtue. It is through suffering and sacrifice that we participate in the good.
What kind of suffering? Now he's not defining what suffering is. This is remarkably bad.
Of suffering is thematic in the Christian view and praxis.
What kind of why is it? I mean, this makes no sense. Like, suffering's actually good. So the fact that God allows suffering is because this is just part of the theodicy of, well, it builds character. You need to overcome it because that's your goal. Well, all right. Well, if that, what that entails is that your life here is meant to be tough and hard and challenging and tests you. And then when you pass the test, when you die, you get the good stuff afterward. Well, that raises a lot of questions, not only about the nature of God, but the nature of good and evil, the nature of the soul, the nature of the afterlife, and a variety of other problems. So also issues with free will. For instance, if you have to exist for a finite amount of time in this world where your free will can result in you doing something worthy of permanent condemnation, how on earth, if you pass these tests, get invited into a reality in which you still have free will but can't do anything wrong? Why couldn't you just have that now? So he's not exactly, it doesn't seem like he's really playing with a full deck with this argument, and he is just going for a really superficial argument from suffering when he promised something a little bit more robust by saying, oh, it's the problem of evil. All right.
This premise also makes an assumption that suffering is evil. My question to the
No, his didn't. His syllogism didn't do anything of the sort. It just said God wouldn't allow suffering in the conclusion. Did it? Or maybe he did have that in one of the. There is suffering in the world. God knows suffering will occur. He either can't stop it. No, he doesn't say anything about it being evil. He didn't include that in the syllogism. He's just reading that into what atheists assume, or what anyone who agrees with these kinds of arguments might assume.
The atheist is, what makes suffering?
Why would we be reading it? Why would I be reading suffering into evil? I would make the distinction about what suffering is. If suffering is simply the characteristic of a person wishing their circumstances were other than what they are, that's suffering. That's not necessarily evil.
Suffering evil? That depends on what you mean by evil. Is having an infected tooth evil?
Well, it would be if he would dealt with this before, it would be disease. So it would be in the category of natural evil. I don't know if I'm wondering if he's actually looked this up. Hey, good to see you, Scott. The problem is that even if a baby deer suffers and dies in a forest fire, the bacteria within it flourish, and this is a net good for them. But of course, we don't give much credence to bacteria. Right. And yeah, in philosophical circles, they're not going to, they'd probably quibble over that as well. The issue would be if God is doing that kind of circle of life thing for one thing to die and benefit another, why does the one thing dying have to experience pain? If me, just take it as us. If I die and my death means I feed a tree, maybe give me an orgasm, one last hurrah. Just a thought. I mean, but who am I to try to redesign God's great creation? Hello, Tristan. Not Tristan. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it.
Is a hurricane evil? What about a lion eating a baby zebra? Is that evil? These are all examples of things at most we find unpleasant. If I went to a
if that happened, see, one of the things about philosophy being kind of human centric, if you see a lion killing a zebra, like, well, if a lion killed a person, if you end up having to say, yeah, my wife was killed on our trip to Africa, like, oh my God, who did it? Well, it wasn't a who, it was a lion, right? If it was a person and the person intended to murder my wife, that would be an example of moral evil. If it's a lion, that attacked and killed my wife, that's an example of natural evil. So the fact that he's just kind of conflated them both into suffering and is acting like neither one is a big deal is a way for him to kind of brush any objections to this stuff under the rug. And that's not what the purpose of either of those arguments are for. The issue of bringing up suffering is to talk about the problem of evil or the argument from evil in the parameters of evidential problem of evil, not in trying to assert, like, what he's trying to say, like, are you guys trying to say that there's some kind of logical inconsistency with the existence of suffering and God? No, because that's not the logical problem of evil. The logical problem of evil would be, is there a contradiction with the existence of moral and natural evil, and the necessary properties, as classical theism would dictate, this God has? And he seems to be incapable of distinguishing the two. Or if he is aware, he's sprinting so fast with the straw man that he's not paying attention to anything else. All suffering is actually good. We just can't see how it's good because of our limited minds. A weird argument that can be used to justify any wrongdoing. Yeah, and you can also say, well, God is so omniscient that he knows in time that this is going to lead to some greater good. Well, okay, that's fine. But in the meantime, again, that would actually lead to sort of an argument for saying you couldn't possibly base human morality then on a God standard, because a God knows what's ultimately going to be the most just thing. In the meantime, you have to, so he could say, like, well, I built this person to be evil and to kill people. And I know it's terrible for the survivors, friends, and family of the victims of that murderer. But trust me, there's a plan in place, and this is all for the best. Cool. In the meantime, we have to deal with the murderer. So you can't establish your morality that way. But that's a tangent. I shouldn't do that. So I should back off that. Thanks for that reminder, Gio. Yeah, premise 2 was just a launching point in moral argument. Yeah, kind of was. Hey, Simus is here. Evil causes suffering. Yeah.
restaurant and found the chicken special to be unpleasant, would it make sense to leave a review that stated, "Don't get the chicken. It was immoral"?
None of that follows, and it's not funny. I don't know what he was trying to do there. What does that have to do with either suffering or like a logical contradiction between? Like, it makes no sense.
That's silly.
Agreed. Why did you do that?
Preferences are preferences, not
Agreed. Why did you bring up preferences?
ethical stances.
Now, cool, bro. Cool. So we all learned that was pointless.
A very similar position on morality was introduced and made popular by atheist Sam Harris in his book, The Moral Landscape. Oh. Sam's position was this: morality is based on the maximization of sentient well-being.
Sam Harris speaks just like that.
I think we could all agree that suffering is bad. Well, no, Sam, we don't all agree. For one, you have to define suffering, as does the atheist who is using the argument from evil.
or the Christian that's raising an issue with whatever this definition of suffering is. You would have to define. You would want to settle in. What are you talking about? If an atheist is trying to make the argument that, like, look, suffering as I define it is the condition in which a person desires their circumstances to be other than what they are. Well, that's huge. If you're going to try to say that that is evidence for why a God can't exist or probabilistically doesn't exist, that's going to be a tough one. But I think JimBob knows that he is laying up a straw man here, because this does not make sense. This is not usually what people are talking about. They're talking about things like, I don't want to say this too quickly, but let's say genocide. Thanks for the reminder, Simons.
Perhaps the atheist will say, I think that it's fairly obvious that pain is the defining feature of what we call suffering. Well, that's not obvious. What's obvious is that we find pain unpleasant. We also find that human beings have the capacity to overcome pain. Keep in mind, there are people who are born without the ability to feel pain, and yet they arguably suffer more than those who can feel pain. Well, I suppose we could.
Also, without really defining what suffering, if suffering is just the sensation of pain, now he's introducing something. Well, if you guys are just talking about pain, you're not really even considering the other kinds of suffering. Cool. What other kinds of suffering he hasn't done a job of actually deciding what suffering is, other than he's now acknowledging that, well, suffering is more than just the ability to feel physical pain. Agreed. So now what? The idea that you're going to hold up Sam Harris, the guy that tried to, like, establish, like, you can get morality from science. This is not good stuff.
Redefine it and say that emotional and mental anguish would be the deciding factor in what is suffering. Isn't emotional and mental hardship an essential feature of growth, even from an evolutionary
To an extent, but what about mental illness?
perspective? The cycles the human body endures are sometimes painful, but they're biological processes. Are they evil?
They would be a form of natural evil. Yes, one could make that argument. I mean, it's part of your health processes are often conditions of thriving and then some form of disease. So if you're going through, like, a flare up, or in the case where his tasteful animation determines there, is there a reason why women have to do that? Does that build character? I bet for JimBob it puts them in their place.
There is a larger problem for this view that was best articulated by William Lane Craig in his debate against Harris several years ago. If well-being is the basis for moral good, is it possible to obtain the peaks of well-being by causing harm? Well, yes, it's not.
What's important about trying to attain peaks of well-being if ultimately your life is just a test? The peak of well-being is your eternal life in heaven. Anything that you get here is just fleeting. And hell, even the Buddhists accept that.
Not only logically possible, but history demonstrates that groups of people can and have maximized their well-being by causing suffering to others. When the atheist says pain and suffering is bad, they are actually saying most people don't prefer to feel pain or suffering.
Is that what they're talking about when they're dealing with it? That's not what those arguments are about. So if he's trying to say, and Simon Springs, J.L. Mackey uses the term gratuitous suffering. I think Rowe does too. The idea of this argument, if there's people out there, if he's now he's shifting, like, there are arguments from evil, and there is a problem of evil, and there are logical syllogisms for them. There are evidential problems for evil, and there's multiple versions from different philosophers. And I think Rose is probably the most cited and most discussed evidential problem of evil in terms of an argument from. So if he's trying to say, like, well, if people are trying to say this and they're just confused, they don't know what they're talking about, he's not addressing any of the real arguments. He's just sort of addressing in his case. He could be right, devil's advocate. He could be right that for some people it's like, well, wait, why do I have to deal with an existence of stubbing my toes and being late for work and high blood pressure, or stomach aches and stuff, like just raising petty, the kind of stuff that everybody kind of goes through. Why should I have to deal with that? Why would God put me in this life? No. If you get into the philosophical argument about whether or not that the existence of those things is a necessary component of existence, you have some lifting to do. And the one good place to start would be in differentiating between natural evil and moral evil, which he has not yet brought up. And since we've only got a little over a minute, he's not.
Most people don't prefer the taste of licorice either.
Licorice.
If the atheist is claiming that we ought to pursue our preferences, then I'm not sure what was wrong with Jeffrey Dahmer eating brain custard. He merely
Really, he doesn't know what's wrong with that. I'm not surprised.
preferred it to Ben and Jerry's.
Yeah, based, bro, right?
Now, for the sake of the argument, what if we grant the atheist that evil exists in the world? If evil
We're going to grant the atheist that evil exists in the world. Does Jim Bob not? He's just doing that for the sake of argument? Huh. Grumpy Gen X. I always wonder if the apologists like Jim Bob misunderstand the arguments or if they assume their audience won't know the arguments. Little from column A, little from column B.
evil exists, this necessitates an absolute standard for good. The moment the atheist says evil does in fact exist, beyond our opinions or our preferences, then they are also saying an absolute standard of good exists. So, what is this good standard? We've already established that it's not maximum well being because the maximum well being can be attained through causing suffering to others. In conclusion, the problem of opinions or our preferences, then they are also saying an absolute standard of good exists.
Well, if you want to get into defining good, you would have to, if you're going to do that from his worldview, you would need to settle the difference between you have a God, supposedly a perfect being. Are you settled on the idea that God is essentially the font of good? Whatever is good comes from God. God can't do anything wrong, which sort of entails something closer to a divine command theory, if not outright divine command theory. There's arguments that show, yeah, if you're trying to make that, it just kind of, if you follow that logic, it leads inevitably to divine command theory. God can't do anything wrong, and that just works. Or are you trying to say that God is ultimately good in the sense that he never fails to uphold the best moral standard? The best moral standard maybe not being himself, maybe being something outside of himself, maybe being something that all should strive for. In that case, in either one, you might be able to say that he is, but each one leads to very different conclusions about how you're going to talk about good. Because in that case, if good is just what God tells you to do, then there's two very different standards for good. There's whatever God does, and there's what we're supposed to do based on what he commands us. Those are not the same categories. If he's trying to say that there is some kind of ultimate good, right? And if most of these guys are going to say, well, if it's ultimate, there's only one. You just have to have the one thing. Okay. Well, you can't have one standard of morality if you have this divine command theory. You're not going to have that unless morality only applies to us, in which case you might as well just say that God is an amoral being because morality doesn't apply to him. So what's the point? But then if you're going to talk about that, you not only do you erase the distinction of morality, you erase the distinctions between good and evil. You don't have to be concerned about doing the good, or what are good and bad behaviors. There's no such thing as good and bad anymore, right? There's just what God says so. So, yeah. Jim Bob's favorite apologist, WLC, thinks God can do wrong even if he commands a genocide. Shout outs to Alex O'Connor for that, Jim. Or can't do wrong. Yeah, that's true.
So, what is this good standard? We've already established that it's not maximum well being because the maximum well being can be attained through causing suffering to others. In conclusion, the problem of evil, or the argument from evil, quite easily reduces to
they're not exactly the same.
Reddit level slogan: if God real, why bad thing happen?
So, is this where Jim goes to get his
if God real, why not I get into art school? If God real, why come I need oxygen to live? If God real, why come I'm not God? Out of the many atheist arguments,
None of this has anything to do with dismantling atheist arguments about anything. I don't. I mean, because any of those, like, first of all, if somebody's actually asked him that on Reddit, my guess is they were trolling him as hard as he was trolling them back. And also, if somebody asked the basic question, wait a minute, why does so much bad happen to seemingly good people? And how does that square with the God you're talking about? And if Jimbob's just going to be like, well, you're dumb. Everybody's supposed to suffer. Okay. Are they supposed to suffer that much and that often? Well, who are you to decide? Well, it's just that, I know a guy who is a cannibal on the weekends for kicks and a multi-billionaire. He seems to be able to do whatever he wants. He's in the peak of health. He never suffers, and the guy's never even had a cavity in his life. My childhood friend had, all the cancers plus some diabetes, and never made it past the age of 12. Like, and was an absolute saint. Never have had time. Well, God gives to those who, like, all right, not exactly answering the question. That usually this is just a way for him, and it seems like he's just trying to do this whole thing. Like, look, it's not up to you to determine what it is and what it isn't. If God's going to make some people suffer, it's for the best. And if he's going to give some people some bennies, it's for the best. And shut the hell up. Right? In the end, we all get eternal paradise, or we get the fiery pokey place, and that's justified somehow. This is shit theology, like really bad. Hey, Jefferson, I survived the tornado hellfire. Yeah. I mean, Kent Hovind CPA, he was in, the shitty storms in the Ozarks. Natural evil. Let's see. If God is real, why are my hands not made of never-ending chocolate? That's a good question, and not one that he addressed.
Against God. I think the argument from evil is one of the most worthy of the trash bin. There is
He would say that because it's actually one of the hardest ones to deal with, because there is no definitive answer. He's just trying to say, look, I think this has been solved. I just don't think that you guys understand suffering, and you don't understand evil, and you don't understand good. And if you try to go toe to toe with me, you're basically stepping in it every time. So, I mean, like, okay. Like, he did nothing but straw man in this entire thing. Well, this is what you're going to say about this. This is what you're going to say about that. This is what you're going to say about that. Really? That's what I'm going to say about that. Is that what those arguments said? No. If he's going to do this, this is no different than Andrew Wilson having that beginning a debate with Matt Dillahunty, and conflating Matt Dillahunty taking the stance defending secular humanists as, well, anything Matt Dillahunty has said is essentially propaganda speak straight from that organization, whether Matt Dillahunty believes with them 100% or not. Like, it was amazing. And Jimbob is engaging in the same level of complete dishonest engagement with the issue that you could possibly get. He hasn't cited the syllogism that he put up was one of the sloppiest I've ever seen. And then he's barely defining his terms, other than to complain that atheists don't adequately define their terms.
no problem of evil from the atheist perspective.
There is no problem of evil?
There is only a problem of things you don't prefer.
Well, that actually could be argued fairly well. Why would that be a problem? There are plenty of people that don't believe in, who are skeptics and don't believe in evil. What was he even doing there? The issue of the problem of evil is an internal critique of the claims they're making about an omniscient God, the God of classical. Good Lord. Holy shit. That was how he ended that? Oh man, this guy deserves to get canceled. If God is real, why doesn't she destroy Satan? A good question. Well, because she needs Satan tempts people and causes suffering, and that builds character. If God's real, why God even create anything at all? Yeah, exactly. So yeah. Hang on. I'm a strong atheist and the tornado missed me by less than half a mile. Does that mean I have God's favor? Did Satan save my life? I mean, what did you sacrifice to right before the storm missed you? I mean, is really the question. My vote is Chemosh did it. Chemosh saved you. You got some, you probably have some more sacrifices you're going to have to make. Oh, and a Wojak.
Why bad thing happen?
Wow. Is it Jimbob? Jim? Why does everybody call him Jimbob? Wow.
this
I just Mandela affected myself. Made by Jimbob. Okay. I learned something today. Not from his argument, just from his graphics at the end. What do you expect from a dude that literally looks like a hangover? I mean, he does kind of. Like he and Andrew both look like they sleep in the back of taxis. Does this dude smoke and drink cheap beer like Andrew too? Yeah, this entire video just made me kind of sad. All right, folks. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up there, and then I'm going to cover something else tomorrow. So I've got nothing on this, and I actually feel like I completely. I mean, I appreciate the recommendation from Simus. It was worth checking out, but what a crank this dude is. This guy sucks. I did catch a conversation between him and Leo Filius. Leo put it on his channel last night, and they were having a discussion about physicalism. And holy shit! I mean, Leo seems to. I think he's mentioned that he likes talking to this guy. Like he doesn't really have a problem having conversations with him. But this dude is not a good conversationalist. Like I lost count of the number of times like he would cut off Leo before Leo was done explaining one of his points. And it's like, look, I get it, Jim. You don't like Leo's style, but let him cook. Just stop horning in on his time. Sounds like Spatch just needs to pick himself up by his bootstraps. I tried that. I gave myself a wedgie. I don't even know how bootstraps work. I don't smoke and drink expensive liquor. He typoed his own channel name. It's totally an error. Jim, yeah, okay. Well, let me become a member. Arguments against MadeByJimbob. Okay. Well, from now on, he is forever known to me as Jimbob. So yeah. Thanks for that. So I wasn't wrong in calling him Jim Bob. He just maybe the AI did that. Maybe had AI create these or something. They like to erase things. Yeah. Okay. I feel dirty. I feel as dirty as Jim Mob's hair looked in that video. Like, dude, I mean, I know I'm wearing a trucker hat, but it's clean, and I've got this beard, but it's clean. Maybe his hair's clean too. Maybe it's just got extra Crisco in it post shower or something, but he wants that like grease ball look. I feel like there's something else I should look at because I'm still in the mood here. I don't want to take off yet. Let's see what else I can find. Stop this screen. We got 38 people here. Why not? Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Pine Creek had a show going on. Anybody interested in checking in on what Pine Creek had going on? Maybe I should wait and do that. I watched a little bit of it, and let's see. I'm a dirty trucker, and I have a dirty trucker hat. See, that's where I feel bad, because if I don't drive truck, I don't even drive a pickup. So if I have a dirty trucker hat, what's my problem? I think that just makes me more like Jim Mob. Let's see. All right, let's get into this. He's taking the whole emulating the anointed one to a whole new greasy level. Yeah, more oil means more forgiveness. Like, Jesus has to show up and be like, bro, that's not even how that works. And by the way, in my story, she put it on my feet. Get it out of your hair. What are you, some kind of weirdo? This isn't some kind of fetish shop or something. What's wrong with you? The hose are muddy and the cranes are greasy. Uh-oh. Hang on a second. Simon's just posted a link in here. Let's take a look and see what's going on. Let me get over to my. Evil and Omnipotence with Philosophy Vita. Okay. Looks pretty good. Yeah. I will give this, I will check this one out. This looks good. Is he? Yeah, somebody actually. Thank you. This is helping me study for midterms. Looks good. Looks informative. All right. Just the typical don't raise tax. Yeah, well, he did a little thing today. He went live and he was like, oh, I just smacked my microphone. He went live and he started kind of like doing like a congratulatory run through some of his videos. So I was going to kind of check that out. Some of his shorts that he's been making. So if anybody's interested, maybe I'll go through them. I covered a couple of them, I think. I talked about them at least once. Let's see here. Present. I'm just going for the salacious stuff. I apologize. I probably should get into something deep like that guy's video, but it's Friday night. I want to cast a little shade. Let's see here. We'll full screen that. Okay, so here's Doug talking about airing out his shorts.
Liking me if it's all YouTube. But look what's happened. Just skyrocket in views, skyrocket in subs. Now, I'm not making any money. Let's be clear about that. When you make shorts, you don't really make money unless you're getting like millions and millions of views. But based on views alone, for those of you who are new here, welcome. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a conservative atheist, and I used to do a lot of videos on religion. And I kind of I got bored of it.
It happens. No, actually, Rodin, I have not watched that yet. I apologize because it's buried in Discord, and Discord has not been working on my phone lately. I deleted the app. I got it back up and running now. It seems to be running better than it did. The notifications and stuff, everything was broken, and I have no idea what was going on. I don't know if it was an update I missed, an update that went bad, but it seems to be working. So I'll have to go back through it. Into the DMs on there and find it and watch it. But thank you for the reminder. Yeah, no, I've been able to watch it. The only access I've got to Discord, well, that I've had for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, has been this thing. So Peter Guns, grab a drink and entertain us. I do have a drink. Let's see. So he's talking
very,
about
very bored of it. And I think people could tell. And I wasn't having fun.
Let this play a bit. I'll be right back.
Maybe. I don't know. Bigger than Apology.
Lost the screen.
I'm going to pass Myth Vision soon.
Is that true?
And a lot of other religious type channels that I used to follow or kind of be in bed with, the same genre. And it's kind of like I think the people in general are getting bored of religion. The people who really still like talking about religion are the people who feel bitter and who want to feel justified. And let's say,
I don't know what he's talking about in terms of like catching up to Paul. If he's talking about like daily views, if he's talking about actual live views when he goes live, because I don't know that Apologia only recently started doing live streams because he mostly did sort of video essay content. Apologia has over 125,000 subscribers, and last time I checked, I think Doug's Pine Creek's around 20,000. Oh, thank you, Roden. Yeah, I appreciate that. Otherwise, yeah, with that's one thing. I mean, I would like to tell people, like, if you really want me to watch it, email it to me, because if you don't email it to my my Gmail account for Jefferson Spatchcock, there's a very good chance that if I do not catch it in time, if I get distracted by work or something like that for more than a couple of days, I will lose it in Discord. I am not well organized with that app. Yeah. If Pine Creek is saying that people who want to talk about religion are bitter, would that make Pine Creek bitter a few months ago? I mean, it does kind of, I think, yeah, for him, if he's trying to talk about like the idea of like, he's not getting the dopamine kick out of it because he's not engaging. Well, and the reason that I think he's moving into more of the political thing anyway is because he's had an opportunity to talk to some pretty decent, some pretty heavy hitters in apologetics, like guys like Randall Rouser and stuff like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a few of them, like I don't know if it was Trent Horn. I'm thinking there was another one. Try to think of who it is. He's the older guy that kind of does stuff with Jeff Durbin from Apologia Studios. I think I think both of those guys have talked to Pine Creek. So yeah. BS Lewis, will you watch anything I send? BS Lewis, I'm aware of some of the content that you make. I will watch it. Yes. Will I watch it on a live stream? Big question mark.
Say being an ex-Christian here in the United States, especially, or they're in the queer community and they got to beat up those Christians because they feel the Christians are beating up on them. Those types of people. But for the most part, normal people don't even care anymore about religion. Although maybe they should, because one thing about religion, it does give a great sense of identity, whether you're Muslim, Christian. Muslim is, your Allah is your God, and you have to serve him through Sharia law, and you got the 5 pillars and so forth. In Christianity, you're a child of the King. Christ lives in you. In Judaism, you're the chosen people. I mean, strong sense of identity. And we're losing that in the United States of America. And it's causing people, I think, to act insanely. I really believe that. And evidence of that is what happened last night.
So this is evidence that there's not enough religion holding people together and keeping that dead inside shame going. Like, I don't understand this. Like, you need to be dead inside, but you also need to feel sufficient enough shame to keep you from acting out and doing crazy shit. Cool. Let's pretend that that's not contradictory at all, right? You know who's really dead inside? Sociopaths. Do you know who doesn't have a lot of shame? Sociopaths. You can't get everything you want.
I mean, some people, I'm not saying this. I am not saying this, but some people would say that what happened last night in Congress, in one of the rooms on the Capitol, is the reason why if women are not careful, they might lose the vote. Now, do I think that will happen? No.
Then why did you just say it? Why would he say that? And thanks for that clarification, Michael. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. If Doug is trying to say that he has more, when he streams, when he goes live, he has more viewers engaging with him live than Paula Gia would with his live ones, maybe. But then again, Paula Gia's lives are relatively recent. I mean, Doug's been doing his live stuff for years in comparison to Paula Gia. Paula Gia was, hell, even like his initial stuff, I think he was rarely even a guest on anyone's show. It was always pre-written, pre-edited stuff. By the way, BS Lewis, I did not mean to offend. If you want to send me something to check out, I will check out whatever you send me. Except for 2 Precepts, 1 Cup. I will not. Well, no, I will watch that. But if I'm going to cover that, it's going to have to be on another platform entirely. What is he talking about? The Christian nationalists don't care about religion. He's in his own world. Yeah, he makes some weird points in this.
But there are some people might say that based on what they're seeing in Congress, what they're seeing in legislation, what they're seeing in governance all around the country, more and more men are going to be saying, maybe we shouldn't let women vote.
If they're watching what's happening in governance right now, what they should be thinking is, look, you have 2 distinct parties. We have more than that, but none of them really sitting. Democrats and Republicans, and one of these parties has seen an enormous influx of people who are governing. Essentially, they're not governing at all. They're politicians so that they can be public people and that they can clout chase. You have an enormous number of clout chasers. I'm not saying that there aren't Democrats that aren't doing this too. There was the one guy that was, I can't remember what his name was, John Jackson. He looked like the Futurama candidate. But he was getting a really big following on TikTok, and then he got a backlash because he backed the TikTok ban, which I don't know if he was exactly principled about it, but I mean, I didn't follow it that closely, but I don't know that he was actually like necessarily clout chasing, but he was using social media to gain a lot of traction. But some of these people, like, some of the stuff you hear from like the Lauren Boeberts or Marjorie Taylor Greene, they don't really even seem to know procedurally what's going on. We'll bring up things that they're going to do if Republicans are back in power, in both chambers and in the White House. And it's stuff that's like, yeah, you're going to have to change the Constitution, I think, if you want that. And yeah, Gen X, it is kind of weird. Like, women need to be careful because you might lose the right to vote. I mean, it's not going to happen, but you could. What could happen is there could be a lot of guys out there that just decide that maybe you don't deserve the right to vote. I've got news for Doug. There's already a lot of guys that think that women don't deserve the right to vote or own property or have their own bank accounts. They're still among us. Many of those guys are felons and can't vote, except in Florida and Virginia.
I bet you anything. I don't know if there's polling data on this, but if you were to go, I don't know, back to the 50s, 60s, 70s and ask what percentage of men think women shouldn't vote, I bet you anything it's increasing.
Okay.
I think even a lot of women would say, maybe we shouldn't vote. Some people would say that. I'm not saying that, but
Weasley. Some women would say we shouldn't vote. What? Okay. Would it be a woman like Lauren Southern? I don't know if you guys know who this is, but Lauren Southern kind of made a name for herself back. Like Jack Posobiec and some of these other kind of right-wing people. They were really anti-BLM types. Lauren Southern kind of embraced the trad wife thing. And after a while, after the January 6th thing, she ended up marrying an Australian guy and going to Australia. And he was like-minded. He wanted a trad wife kind of thing. And she left Australia. And she ended up living like isolated in some cabin somewhere, barefoot and doing whatever he told her. And she ditched that. And then she's come out and said how toxic the environment was. Not only that, but her role as that kind of trad wife left her feeling like he was less interested in her then than he had been before, once he'd caught her and she'd abided by this role. He was just like, oh, okay, well, now you're just kind of a dirty mop in the corner. So, whatever. So she's like, yeah, it's stupid. It's toxic. And I didn't like it. It only took her a better part of half a decade to figure it out. So yeah, I think Doug's on the wrong side of this here. And the other thing I think that's happening too is that the issue that's going to happen when it's time to actually cast a vote is going to be from a party that is actively trying to make birth control, not just elective abortion or medical abortions, illegal, but they're in favor of making other forms of birth control illegal. That's going to drive women to turn out, young and old.
Some people would say that. And here's a clear example of a short I made yesterday. And this has been going around the internet like crazy. I think I got the best edit of it, though, because I got like everything under 60 seconds and I got the juicy parts.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's actually more out of context this way. So I watched somebody kind of break this down because I couldn't make out how many people were involved in the shouting. Doug shouldn't be allowed to vote, foreign born and clearly under the influence of anti-American ideology. I know, right? He's constantly talking about like, hey, I'm better than these immigrants that did things the wrong way. I did things the right way. And I'm like, oh yeah, well, I don't know if you've ever watched Gangs of New York, but I'm just going to go build a butcher on you and be like, you weren't born here, bub. Get out.
That really
There's always someone more conservative.
made me smile.
We're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No,
with
ain't
you.
nothing.
Hold on.
How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person? Are your
Yeah, so that's AOC yelling at MTG. If you attack the physical appearance of a congressperson in session, this is like a major breach of decorum. They have rules about not doing this. I think there's even fines attached to it. So MTG is just rolling hard, but she's also, going full Karen against another representative who happens to be a black woman. So it's a great look for MTG.
your feelings
Move
hurt?
her words down.
Oh,
Girl, baby girl.
oh, really?
Don't even play, baby.
Don't
Why don't you
even
debate
play.
me?
Pretty
No,
self-evident.
you're not.
Yeah, you're not.
What the fuck? MTG's Marjorie Taylor Greene's debate me, sister. Like, debate me, bitch. Like, what the hell? Kind of like, oh my God, she's on Reddit too much.
You don't have enough
You're out of order,
intelligence.
Chair.
Somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
What now?
I'm trying to get
Okay.
clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, no, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
your proceeding.
So I'm trying to
Hey,
get
Ms. Crockett,
clarification.
you're not
So
recognized.
Just tell MTG, like, the minute you pay me is the minute you can tell me what to do. Until then, you know.
That's
Like,
Ms.
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your
and you
yelling.
don't want
Calm
me to be-
down.
No,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down
Calm down.
because y'all talk
Calm
noise.
down.
I mean, I think maybe Pine Creek admires Crocker in this exchange. Like, look, what if I were to say that you look like the Incredible Hulk with bronzer on and a blonde wig? What if I told you that? I'm not saying that I'm saying that, but people are talking. Like, I mean, Doug seems to enjoy that kind of
And
rhetoric.
then
You're
can't
out of
take it.
control.
Because if I
Look,
come
Chairman,
if I
woman
come
here.
and talk shit about her, y'all gonna have a problem.
Do you know what we're here for?
Yeah. So this whole thing, I think, had to do with the Attorney General not giving up the audio tapes for
Hey, Bree, how's it going?
when Biden.
Yeah, I'm not even
the
sure what the
whole,
meeting.
confidential document thing. They wanted to hear the audio tapes. Then I think it also had to do with the hush money case. I mean,
It's contempt of Congress resolution against the Attorney General.
I don't understand it all, and
It's right
nor
down
do
to
I
Chiron.
care to. But I just found this hilarious. Now, if people under 25, let's say, could not
I, for one, look forward to our Chinese overlords. That's the spirit, BS. Pat says about 4 in 10 Republican men think women's gains have come at the expense of men. Most Americans, 76%, say the gains women have made in society have not come at the expense of men. Yeah. So that 4 in 10 Republican men, you just discovered maybe the base, the growing base of Doug's audience. Marjorie Trailer Queen.
vote, I would say 2 out of the 3 women in this was Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman, Marjorie Greene, Congresswoman, Republican, and AOC Cortez, Congresswoman.
You don't have to keep saying that they're congresswomen. They're in a congressional hearing. They're all reps.
2 Democrats, 1
Did someone take the citizenship test for him? Crocker is a queen. Fight me. I'm not going to fight with you. I'd fight on your side. I mean, I think Crocker's hilarious. MTG is on a lot of mud flaps around here. I'm taking that the AL in your name means Alabama. That does not surprise me.
Republican, 3 women. I wonder if women couldn't vote, if these 3 would be in Congress. I wonder if people under the age of 25 couldn't vote.
MTG, Metro Truck Group. It is. That's going to be her next job. She'll be lobbying for trucking firms.
If these 3 would be in Congress. Some would say, not me, but some would say that if we raise the voting age and if women couldn't vote, if these 3 would be in Congress, these 3 would be in Congress. I wonder if people under the age of 25 couldn't vote, if these 3 would be in Congress.
Marjorie Taylor Greene would be in Congress. Does he think that young women are voting for MTG? I mean, maybe younger white women in the South. I mean, and obviously it's going to be her representative group. She's a representative, so it's going to be in her area. But I don't think college age girls would be voting for MTG.
Some would say, not me, but some would say that if we raise the voting age and if women couldn't vote, this sort of thing wouldn't happen. Now, let's be fair. Men fight too, but they tend to.
Doug says he's not aware of any data. I put a Pew study link into the chat for you to look at. Well, thanks for that. Let's see if I can find it.
Like, take it outside more so. It usually comes down to, but if you want some good, juicy word flow and gossip type speech, some would say, not me, but some would say women are better at men than that. I would never say that. So that's a short I made yesterday. Here's another short that I made I found hilarious.
Reduced inflation from 9% down. Reduced inflation from 9% down to close to 3%.
Yeah, I don't know why Biden keeps doing this because he keeps fucking this up. Jefferson, look here. Century after women gain the right to vote, majority of Americans see work to do on gender equality. Yeah, I found that link too. I found that one today. Because I was kind of, when he was doing this live, I was like, wait, what's he talking about? And I wanted to see, like, has anything been done on this to find this out? And actually, the majority of people, unless you looked at Republicans specifically, and more Republican men, most people tended to think that gains had been made, but not enough. That seemed to be the majority opinion. So the idea that they're, you know, the majority opinion is going to shift to women just shouldn't vote is not only far-fetched, it's just not likely. I think maybe Doug's talking like that because he'd rather women don't show up to vote, because they're going to show up to vote against Trump. There's going to be a lot of women voting against Trump because of the birth control stuff. It's going to be a thing. I'm not saying that Biden is going to win because of that, because Biden's got a lot of negatives against him right now. But Biden isn't trying to remove a woman's ability to take care of a pregnancy and her right to decide what she wants to do with it. Trump is.
It was 9% when I came to office. 9%. I think inflation has gone slightly up. It was at 9% when I came in, and it's now down around 3%.
Jared, why does he keep saying that?
Well, first of all, let me point out that in that very quote you played, the president talked about how concerned he was for households.
That's not what I asked you.
So
why does he?
I will admit Biden's response to Trump's debate challenge was pretty epic. It was funny. Yeah, I thought it was good.
Keep misrepresenting this.
He's making the point that the factors that caused inflation to climb to 9%.
Oh, that's not what he said. He said it was at 9%. So if I can't trust.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoever is trying to get Biden, because I don't know if this is entirely Biden, if he's insisting on it. If he is, they need to get him to stop. Or if there's people in the camp trying to spin some kind of weird metric and get him to go out there and sell it, because it's also not working, because he's out there giving the wrong numbers for it. Like, inflation had gone up a little bit, but it wasn't that. I mean, it was starting to rise, but it wasn't at 9%. It hit 9%. But I don't think it hit 9% until end of 2021, 2022. So I don't know why him going out there and trying to do this kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that makes people's eyes glaze over and they cross their eyes, and then they start doing the whole Trump and Biden are just the same person. I'm going to vote for the one that triggers the libs. Like, Dems need to quit doing this kind of shit. Just admit that inflation is still a problem and get out and do something about it, or at least, get out and get some talking points, in your favor, instead of just letting this get, so twisted up this way. Like, there's still, they'll come out and say, well, yeah, but things were on the rise because of COVID bumps and pay and the shortages and the supply chain things. And like, yeah, those things, yeah, according to experts, all contributed to inflation. But what are you doing right now about it? Saying that it was one number when it wasn't is not helping your case.
Quoting data in real time. Why should I believe what he's talking about now?
So the annual growth in core inflation in the second quarter of 21 was, in fact, about 9%. And his
You're lying. You're just lying.
Yeah, I don't think that number's correct. I mean, basically, they're arguing numbers like, well, if we look back with perfect recall and we can see that it was on its way here, we knew that it was going to be 9%. And it's like, you can't sell that to people. You didn't know what it was then. When you came in, it wasn't that high. And there's no reason to say this. Like, all they're trying to do is obfuscate. It looks like they're hiding from it. Yeah, when we came in, it was at like 1.5%. But we knew, we had projections from people because of the shortages and things like that it was going to go up. And we started making efforts to do that now, and then blame Congress. Blame Congress for the slow rolling, Nikki Haley is taking 20% of the primaries in some states. Yeah, still. Yeah, she's got a pretty decent zombie campaign going on. And yeah, it's pretty weird to see that if like 1 in 5 Republicans still aren't voting for Trump in primaries, which is usually your most energized base voters, I don't know what that's going to say. Trump is counting on all of them, just like, once the convention's done and he's the designated leader, they're all going to vote their conscience, or they're all going to vote party rather than their principles. And it's like, I think it might be more likely that there's going to be a lot of people sitting it out on both sides. And I think the election is going to be determined by whose side has more people sit out more. Biden's going to win on ground game alone. The Obama-Biden turnout game is stronger than Trump's ability to pay for his lover's abortions game. You're probably right there.
Well, hold on. I hear you.
I hear you. Oh, boy. I remember hearing Biden say this live and saying, that's not true. Now, would I use the word lying? No, I think I would say he's mistaken. In order to lie, you have to know things.
I think that he is mistaken, but I think that they're working through numbers that aren't exactly the same. So when he's saying, oh, it's at 9% this way, it's not the 9% that you're thinking of. these aren't the inflation numbers you're looking for.
And I don't think Biden knows things in regards to economics. And with that whole annualized thing that his economic advisor was trying to say, well, what Biden said was when he came in office was 9%, and they brought it down to 3%. That's an annualized figure year over year. Yeah, it's not true. It was, I think, under 2% when Biden came into office. It went up to 9% inflation, and then dropped. It's now around 3% using the CPI index.
It's about 3.5 now.
Now, is that Biden's fault? I would say very little is Biden's fault, the inflation. I would say a big chunk of it had to do with all the COVID stimulus, which Trump started and Biden kept going. Reckless spending is a part.
No, I don't know that there was that much spending once Biden got in. I mean, some of the stimulus spending for kids programs, food programs, things like that kept going. Because he did get in. I mean, he was inaugurated in 2021. So we were still in the midst of the pandemic, so you weren't going to cut those things off. One of the spending programs that Biden didn't cancel was Title 42, to basically turn people away immediately from the border and prevent them from declaring asylum. That didn't really get canceled until the beginning of 2023. Doug doesn't talk about that one.
Part of it, but the bigger part is the Federal Reserve. And to be consistent, I'll say, I'm not saying this, but some would say we need to abolish the Federal Reserve. I'm not saying we should go to the gold standard, but some would say we need to go to the gold standard.
A gold standard would be a nightmare. You do not want a gold standard that, like, Jesus. Yeah. That would be a really interesting. I mean, what would happen to our economy if we went to a gold standard? I'm thinking Venezuela, circa late 90s.
So I found that hilarious.
Or was it mid 90s? I can't remember when their bubble blew up and they had all that. Jail, new inflation strategy. Once a year, all 9 to 10 figure individuals get their socials put in a lottery, and the randomly selected winner gets eaten. Yeah. The idea, whoever hits Forbes #1 is selected to be shot out of a trebuchet into the Grand Canyon. And then everybody's like, well, I never want to be #1. Yeah, then pay your taxes and donate to charities, you idiots.
I was watching Scott Adams the other day, and I have a couple of clips of him in here too. And he
willfully, Doug was willfully watching Scott Adams. Why the hell would you do that?
He thinks.
I was trying to figure out how to get away from his channel. I just couldn't figure out how to click away. So I just watched whatever he had to say. And, it's kind of interesting. I really agreed with him on, he had some really interesting points about what suburbs you should live in.
That Biden's advisors have actually told him to stop saying these things because it's factually incorrect.
Maybe his advisors have said that. Yeah. Or maybe some of them are advising him and he's getting it wrong. And they're like, look, say it this way. And he's like, oh, I'm trying to. Sorry, my Biden is just Clinton. Yay, I finally fucking made it. Yes, you did. Good to see you, SPM. A gold standard would be a disaster at this point. What we need to go is full digital. Doug, tie wage increases to inflation. Let the zeros roll by.
But Biden keeps doing it because he's just not there. He just forgets. Oh, I'm not supposed to say this because that's wrong. And
why aren't you supposed to say that? Because it's wrong. People left and right talk about Biden forgetting things and getting things wrong. There are people on the left telling him he needs to knock it off about this inflation shit. People on the left do not generally like Biden. Doug needs to quit saying that because, Biden is just sort of a conservative, centrist liberal kind of guy. He's not left wing at all.
So I don't. His theory, Scott Adams' theory, is that his advisors have kind of given up on him. Same with this whole debate issue that Biden has said he's willing to debate. I think
Scott Adams' theory is that advisors have given up on him in an election year with an incumbent. No, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Some of his advisors are against it, but it's okay if you want to go do it. Maybe they're going to pump him up with Adderall or something and keep his brain going.
Projecting. That's what Trump's going to do. And go out there with at least 2 diapers on. He'll double wrap himself so he can fill them. With Biden, you have to start with a squint into the middle distance and say, come on, man. Yeah, come on. It's a big deal, Jack.
During that. Or make the rules such that it's not like a real debate, but just separate talking. Like, is there going to be a back and forth, impromptu type stuff? Probably not.
Actually, if you look at some of those like political orientation tests, he's right. You know, if you've got the line and you sort of have authoritarian, how do they do it? Left leaning, right leaning, authoritarian, libertarian. Biden is like right up in here. I mean, most of them are. There's very few that are. You know, unless you get into somebody like a Bernie Sanders, you're getting into somebody who's kind of a liberal, a libertarian leaning left winger.
Now, if people remember 6 months ago, I said that there's still, I wasn't extremely confident on it, but I said that there was a chance that it's not going to be a Biden-Trump ticket. I still say that there's a much greater than 0% chance that that won't happen. Because the Democratic Convention, I think, is in August?
Sure, there's a greater than 0% chance for it happening. The age of the two candidates provides there's a small statistical likelihood or chance that either one of them could pass away from natural causes between now and then. But if that happens, it would be massive upheaval for both parties. The worst thing would be if it happened to the Republicans. Like, they lose their cult of personality, and then who do they put to the front? Do you know what happens if that dude passes away before people get a chance? His base gets a chance to throw a vote for him in November, and they get a consolation prize in Nikki Haley. Turnout is going to be the lowest in a Republican election ever. Ever. The base will be demoralized. They're going to vote for somebody who used to represent the United States at the UN. Yeah. No.
July? If Biden keeps going in the polls or screws up the debate or whatever, screws up.
Damn it. You stole my depends thing. Will Trump wear a diaper to the debates? Depends. And neolibs are centrist de facto conservatives. Yes. Hey, John Papiano. Good to see you, man. How's it going? I cannot imagine the conspiracy theories that would be spawned if something happened to Trump between now and November. Yeah. And do you know what would happen if Biden were to pass away due to natural causes? The only conspiracy theory that will come up from right-wingers is that Kamala did it. Or it was somehow Biden's fault for being too stupid, even though he was going to fundamentally transform society into a neo-Marxist hellscape. He had that ability, but he was too stupid.
Something. If the Democrats become more and more convinced that he can't beat Trump.
Oh, I know it was. I caught your sarcasm, Michael.
They're actually going to find crimes against him to get him out if he's too stubborn. I've made that prediction.
No, they won't. That's not how Dems operate.
Now, again, I'm not that confident on it, but like it's above a 0% chance that could happen. So it still might not be Biden versus Trump, and Trump might, get in trouble too. They both could die. I mean, they're both old, of natural causes, of course. Okay, so that was a clip, short I made. Here's another one that I found hilarious.
This one, I watched this a couple days ago. I'm going to play this one straight through. Anybody in the comments, take a look at this thing, and I don't know why he was even gravitating towards keeping this thing around.
Yes.
Be a better diplomat?
No, I do not believe so.
African American?
No, I do not believe so.
Asian or Islander?
Any specific group?
Native American? It doesn't. Can you tell me, am I white?
I would allow you to tell me how you characterize yourself.
Can you tell me what best looks like?
I'm not sure I'm fully understanding what you're getting at.
What does the best candidate look like?
Yeah. I would say the best for the particular job can look like any one of us.
We can't have it be that first we look for a diverse basket of candidates, as is your quote. And then after we look for the diverse basket, then we check the merit of that. Does being white make somebody a better diplomat?
Yeah. So this lady, who seems like a very nice lady, was saying that I think she's quoted as saying that you first try to get a pool of people for a job, and it has to be a diverse pool, and then you look at the merit. And this individual, this guy, is saying, no. And he's a congressman. You find people of merit, and then maybe you can look at the...
I'll address these ones here. Because Titan says, well, Doug and I agree. There's a decent chance neither will be their party's candidate. I think they're both going to be the problem is really there's a decent enough time between when they get nominated in their in the conventions and then when the actual election happens. And neither one of them are, well, I think, and I'm not trying to be biased, I think Biden is probably healthier than Trump, especially now, right? Like he's not carrying the weight issues around, and he's also not juggling, multiple court dates and a campaign season simultaneously. There's just probably, I mean, being the president is not a stress-free job, but trying to run for president while being indicted for, X number of crimes, it's got to be pretty tough on your sanity. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I do like this. How about instead of raising the voting age, we cap it at 65? Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like, you just kind of watch that Republican edge just kick off. Because what's interesting to me is that what's changed this thing is that having Trump run now, when Trump ran for his second term, one of the things that usually, despite being, on top of being unpopular because of the pandemic, one of the things that Republicans will usually do, and I've mentioned this before, the first term, tax cuts, stimulus to the economy, big spending, all that kind of stuff, juke the economy as much as you can. And then they start talking about entitlement reform, which usually means they're going to roll back government spending. And the people that need to sacrifice are not the people that donate to them. And then if they do get in for a second term, they try to do those things and usually end up becoming like the least popular people on the planet. George W. Bush. Trump was on his way to doing that exact same thing. Now that he's running for a non-consecutive second term, if you listen to his speeches and stuff, he's talking about, I'm going to give you a great big tax cut. Everybody gets a tax cut. The rich, the poor, everybody gets a tax cut. And it's like, okay. I don't know that we wound back the tax cuts that he put in place when he was in here. I don't know how much more he's going to cut it, but well, we'll see.
Diversity that you got to order backwards. And if the merit is, let's say, for a particular job, you look at all the people who qualify.
Really? Okay, this is interesting. Titan says, I won't take bets because that's likely illegal, but 60%, one won't be his party's candidate. 20% neither will is where I stand. Okay. I don't know what you know, but now you got me thinking. And unfortunately hoping. So
to do the.
Who do you think in the chat? Who do you think what do you think would happen? So either side, if Trump were to, God forbid for either one of them, even though I'm an atheist, figure of speech, Buddha forgive, Buddha forbade. What would happen? What would the party do? Who would the party put forward? Do you think, if the front runner passed away?
The job. And they all happen to be Asian.
Because it's fairly likely, because in the case during an election year, obviously Biden's still sitting president. If he passed away, you've got this, the designated succession. So Kamala Harris would get sworn in the interim. She'd be sworn in as basically like a lame duck president automatically. I don't know if she would be running or if they'd put somebody forward. Like, I don't know what they would do in those circumstances.
So what? They all happen to be men. So what? They all happen to be black. So what?
My Titan's wrong a lot. Well, there goes my hope. I was hoping Titan was onto something. I really was.
You got the best people. And then the question, like, am I white? That's a great question.
Was it? Can you tell me what my race is? No, get away from me. That's what I would have said if I were her. He's lucky that she's like an academic and a professional. Like, it's just somebody from the street. I'm like, what the F's wrong with you? You don't know? Good to see you, Robin.
Like, are my kids black? They're half black, half white. Are they white? Was Obama black?
That's the funny thing about racism. So it's definitely, for some, maybe not for others.
Oh, here's Scott Adams. This is the guy who said white people should stay the hell away from black people.
Doug's just owning it then.
And then he had a little smirk on his face. And then he quoted a poll. This was like, what, a year ago? And he basically, this was his retirement. He wanted to go out with a bang. And now he starts a podcast. And he's getting like 4,000 people a day watching his Mornings with Scott Adams. And he just goes through a list of things, sort of what I'm doing right now, that interest him. And this was his view on the hush money case.
See if anybody can track this thing here.
Is this a case of is exactly what it looks like? I love this trial.
Is it, Scott?
I didn't think I was going to love it so much. But the thing is, it's making it so clear what's going on. Even if you're a Democrat, you see it by now, don't you?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see. What are we looking at?
If you're not just batshit crazy, you see it, right? I feel
Oh, this piece of shit called me batshit crazy.
like this is going to be the Rosetta Stone for at least normal Democrats. Normal
The fuck is a normal Democrat?
meaning somebody who's just, not crazy, basically.
Not crazy. So they can see it. See what?
I think that they're looking at this. I think the Fareed Zakarias on CNN are looking at it and saying flat out, this is lawfare.
I doubt the New York indictment would have been brought against a defendant whose name was not Donald Trump.
True. I actually.
Cool story, Fareed. Here's the problem with this whole thing. The particular indictment that Trump is dealing with right now, the hush money case, it's not hush money. It's a documents case because he forged business records and a conspiracy to commit election fraud, because that's essentially why the documents were elevated from, because normally the business document fraud issue, there's 36 separate charges in this case, and they all normally would be misdemeanors. But because they were in service of committing election fraud, there's a conspiracy to commit election fraud with them that elevates every charge to a felony. And that's what the case is attempting to prove with the documents. The media is obsessed with Stormy Daniels stuff and all this other kind of stuff. Doug will admit here he doesn't really understand what's going on with the trial. He thinks it's hush money or something like that. Scott Adams like, well, it's obviously lawfare, right? And then Doug plays the clip of Fareed saying, well, it's pretty obvious that they went after Trump because his name is Trump. What Fareed doesn't mention, what Doug doesn't know, I know for a fact he doesn't, and what Scott Adams probably also doesn't know, is that if this were anyone else in the service, if this was another politician, let's say, a lower level politician who perpetrated in this kind of documents fraud for the purposes of evading, obscuring things from their election, keeping things from their voters, which is sort of the felony aspect of it, then it probably would have been over in a week. Trump is getting deferential treatment, extra deferential treatment, because of who he is and the fact that he's a former president. And this is all unprecedented historical stuff. They are being extremely careful and extremely slow moving about this entirely. If this was some other schmuck, if this was AOC, this probably would have been done in about 2 weeks. It would have been over. If the records were the same, it would have been done. But he's a former president, and so there's all this national security. Is he, or can he, or will he, or won't he? And he's actively running too, so that raises another layer of legal issues. So Scott Adams is stupid. Fareed Zakaria is old, gums his food and his women, and Doug just doesn't know what he's talking about because he gets all this stuff from YouTube snippets and shit instead of reading.
I think very few people would disagree with that. And Fareed Zakaria is starting to admit that
Zakaria.
Maybe a lot of these lawsuits, indictments against Trump are politically motivated. Just maybe. Again, I'm not saying this. I'm saying some people would say this. But I think normal, everyday Democrats are starting to say and see, especially with this hush money case. I mean,
yeah. Did you see the four at the trial in matching suits? Tell me you're in a cult without telling me you're in a cult. Am I right? Yeah. And on top of that, get better suits for the love of fucking, like, why on earth those suits? This is why I kind of wish Roger Stone was still involved in it, because maybe they'd all dress up like Roger Stone or something. I mean, because say what you will about him, he was an agent of chaos when it came in the sartorial sense.
Well, can someone explain to me what the real crime here is? I think it's supposed to be some type of accounting problem.
Business documents fraud in purpose of committing election fraud. It's much more boring and much worse than hush money. There is no hush money crime. The fact that the media is saying this about Trump is basically paying Trump an enormous favor. They are giving Trump an easy way out because some idiot like Lauren Boebert, like today or yesterday, is like, can anybody even tell me what this crime is about? Well, according to the mainstream media, no, they can't tell you what it's about because they keep saying it's hush money. Paying off somebody, giving people money in exchange for their silence is not a crime. Even during an election, that wasn't what they bungled. What they bungled was the way they used the money and how they tried to hide that money for the purposes of what they were using it for, which was completely unnecessary. And so the one thing that you could say is like, well, okay, so they committed a crime when they didn't have to, so maybe we don't prosecute them? No. It's like they really weren't in debt, so they robbed the bank, but they didn't actually need the money after all. So can we let it go? No. I'm volunteering for a Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston bodyguard scenario as a Secret Service agent.
How something was billed, or is it obstruction, election interference? Well, what exactly is it? Because it's not illegal to pay a prostitute to be quiet. That's not illegal.
Which is why it's not a hush money trial. I even wrote this in the comments for this particular video. Like, it's business documents fraud in service of election fraud. That's why it was elevated from misdemeanors to felonies.
So what's the crime? Okay, this is.
I love how Doug will ask the question, so what's the crime? And he asks it in a way that it's not really a question. It's just a different way of saying, there's nothing to see here. They did nothing wrong. Are they this corrupt in Canada? This is how they handle things in the Mennonite communities, I'm guessing, like those shifty, corrupt Mennonites.
Oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi and some British guy, Oxford Union.
Okay, this one's funny because I just watched this one yesterday. Peter Guns writes, has there ever been a president who's profited more off the presidency than Trump? Every time he went on vacation, it was to one of his properties and return goes right back into his pocket. Yeah, I don't even know if they're ever going to be able to do that. I mean, if you're comparing him to Jimmy Carter divested so much of his personal holdings that I think he was actually in a little bit of financial trouble when he left office because I don't think you get paid a salary, I think, as a former president, but I don't think you get paid as much. But he had divested of so much property that by the time he restructured everything, he'd lost quite a bit. I mean, some of it I think ended up with his brother, who was Billy Carter. But I don't think he was all that responsible with his stuff. Yeah, President Atkinson does have a nice rank. Yeah, we should get her in there. I mean, as soon as she says she doesn't believe, well, no, she's not an atheist though, is she? So she's got that as an advantage because some of us are like, oh yeah, I'm an atheist. Like that basically kills you in terms of like your ability to run for politics in this country. But I don't think Maya technically is an atheist. I don't think that's how she defines herself. I don't think that's how she's accurately identified. So the guy here talking, this is a short that he made, the Brit guy. Well, let's play him. And some of you may recognize.
Trump is a populist. You are right. He didn't accept the 2020 elections, and he should have. So should Hillary in 2016, so should Brussels, and so should Westminster in 2016. And
Hillary did accept the results in 2016. He's being a knob.
So too should Congresswoman Pelosi, instead of saying the 2016 election was, quote, hijacked.
She did accept the results. She said it was hijacked, which is a weird thing to say, I would admit, but she accepted the results. I know this guy's from across the pond, but he does know that Trump was our president for 4 years, right?
Quote, hijacked.
And there she is piping up. This was a debate that she had back in the end of April with this guy. And that dude right there, Scrubby McTopknot there, his name is Winston Marshall. His full name, let me look him up. Winston Marshall of Mumford & Sons. His full name is Winston Aubrey Alader de Balkan Marshall, is a British musician. He's best known as the former banjoist and lead guitarist of the folk rock band Mumford & Sons. Prior to this, he was in the bluegrass sleaze rap group Captain Kick and the Cowboy Ramblers. He's 36 years old. So he also now currently, he is not with Mumford & Sons because he got into a little bit of trouble because he tweeted positively about Andy Ngo's book Unmasked, which was this weird bullshit diatribe against Antifa in which Andy Ngo made up a bunch of bullshit about what Antifa is and isn't. And then he basically had to back off that. And then after doing some soul searching, decided that rather than be apologetic about that, he'd leave the band and then explore a career working for The Spectator, which is kind of a conservative magazine over in the UK. And while he was there, and he does podcasts and interviews and stuff, and then he did this in the end of April. And I find him to be quite annoying, much like the banjo. Apologies to anybody who loves the banjo.
Thank you.
That we don't accept the results of it.
Okay. From the fabricated Steele dossier to trying to take him off the ballot.
The Steele dossier wasn't fabricated. It had a lot of incorrect info in it. It was Oppo research. It was meant to be taken with. These guys don't understand this shit. They're still doing this like, oh, well, they made all that stuff up and they tried to pretend it was fact. No, they didn't. The guy was like, hey, I found this stuff. Do with it as you will.
Ballot in both Maine and Colorado.
Completely different. Maine and Colorado taking efforts to discredit Trump from being on the primary ballots is based on a legal argument. It has nothing to do with Steele dossiers or like.
Democrats are the anti-Democrat party.
He's full of shit. This guy needs to stick to British politics. He's full of shit.
I'll tell you what is a threat to democracy. It's Brussels, DC, Westminster, the mainstream media, big tech, big pharma, corporate collusion, and the Davos cronies.
Okay. I might agree with like half that group, maybe even 3/4 of that group. But now he just sounds like Russell Brand, and this is getting exhausting.
You may be thinking now that Trump.
Yeah. So I found this interesting because I made a video a while back about a lot of Democrats questioning.
Not gonna lie, I also love banjo, but I like to kick down every once in a while, and that seems like an easy one. No, I really do like banjo.
Election, and of course they'll say, well, but there was no insurrection. Well, Trump was not even charged with insurrection either. But this whole thing in here, this started with Pelosi giving a speech on populism, and then the question I asked myself was, what is worse or what is better, depending on your perspective, populism or elitism? Is it better to have a politician appeal to the masses through populism, or appeal to the elites, saying, most people are stupid. They don't know what's best for them. So we'll decide for them. Which is better? Which is worse? And I think right now, I would agree. Trump is a populist.
It depends on what they mean by populist. I'm gonna play this. I will step away for a little bit. And I will be right back.
And I would say that Biden is an elitist. Leans more that way. And then the voter can decide, do you prefer a populist or an elitist? Your choice. Oh, yeah, this one. Now, this is about income disparity that I found interesting. This is all shorts I made from the past week, and so I'm just commenting on them now. When it comes to economics, most people get really, really bored. And so
now he's getting into his economics things. There's something I wanted to say about populism because he doesn't get it, and neither does Winston, the Alabaster, Mark one, whatever his name is, Marcus to something of Cambridge. It's a hell of a handle for somebody to have who ended up becoming like a scuzzy banjo player, and I mean real scuzzy. Google some of his photos. Google's photos from like he was voted like one of the worst dressers in rock, and he used to I think he used to cut his own mohawk in with like a knife. Nuts. Anyway, the populism thing isn't like they'll try to do this thing. Like, the problem that you guys seem to have is saying that populism is you're equating it with racism. You're equating with all these other bad things. Like, populism generally is just sort of an appeal politically to sort of the working class, the normal people, usually in terms of trying to define it against that being an us versus them kind of thing, them against the elite ruling class. The problem wasn't created by Democrats or even populists or any of these other groups. The problem actually came about from white supremacists, anti-Semites, and other racists disguising their rhetoric, trying to euphemistically refer to it as populism. We're just appealing to, this is what the majority wants. The Republican Party even like tickled this a little bit with the help of guys like Lee Atwater and the big switch in the Republican ideological divide in the 60s leading into the 70s with the idea you can't talk about these kinds of race things, but you can call them something else. You can't go up against the Civil Rights Act, but you can talk about they're taking your freedom away, or they're bridging something or something like that. You can just try to appeal to it this way. And one of those things was to say, well, these other groups are like, well, it's not that we're anti-Semites. No, we're populists. This is just what everybody thinks. Everybody knows these things. And that was the problem. Populism ended up getting conflated with those groups because those groups started conflating their horrible ideologies and called them populism. Unfortunately, you got a lot of older people in politics, like Nancy Pelosi, who are very establishment and do not like populism when it rears its head in any form, because they just kind of reflexively go back to that. And I think that is a little bit, one, it's reflexive, and two, it's not accurate. But that's where we are. Also, the fact that this guy is debating Pelosi and not, say, AOC tells me everything that I need to know.
So if you watch the movie The Big Short, the way they got around boring economic financial stuff is they put a pretty lady in, because pretty ladies is what keeps men's attention.
Unless they're gay. The thing that I wanted to, you guys, it sounds like you guys are, it sounds like you guys are invading the Maple State. It sounds like you guys are getting ready to, you're like setting up cabinet appointees. Am I going to get one? Or am I too like terminally online? It's okay if I don't get one. I won't beg.
So that's what I used here.
Economists think that if you have more of anything, you increase supply, its price will go down. So hard to money down and huge as an
no.
Up
10% down.
No.
Oh yeah, this is on the trans issue that I made a few days ago.
Let me just say, content warning, this will be terrible.
To undress in the bathroom with boys who are also undressing.
Did he not pay attention to what Margot Robbie was conveying in that scene? Because it was really important. No. He was too busy. He was too busy admiring the fact that, well, they used a pretty woman to make a point. And guys, they get drawn into that. Like, well, some guys go deaf when they're looking at pretty women. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
I am not going to be commenting on athletics rules that we haven't proposed.
You can't say yes or no on that?
I'd be happy to talk about a Title IX.
If your daughter was reporting she felt uncomfortable in a boy's presence in a bathroom or locker room, would that be considered by your administration discrimination or bigotry?
Well, it depends. Is she calling the girl a boy? This is the thing that this guy's seeming to like, well, here's the thing. We understand that the reason that child in there is actually a boy. And if your daughter had a problem with it, what would you say? I'd call her a little bigot. Maybe. Sorry, that might be the drink.
As an educator for over 25 years.
You can't say yes or no to that?
Yeah, it's a yes or no question, especially when you're going to conflate boy and girl with male and female, talking about issues of kids in athletic facilities and schools, and then demand that this guy give a yes or no question to your hypothetical. That's bullshit. These guys are polite to a fault. You should tell these elected representatives to just eat it. Like, no. Look, somebody can fire me later. You're going to appoint somebody else if you want to do this. Don't give me a hypothetical about, well, if your daughter had a problem with the boy in her well, is my daughter incapable of understanding that that boy that you're talking about is a girl? Well, you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? Make that representative up there say penis. Make him say the word. Well, is that the problem that's going on here?
I'd love to respond to your question, sir.
Okay, so yes or no? Would it be considered discrimination? She did not want that to happen.
If it was if it's a male in the girls' locker room, no. If it's a girl and your daughter is just insisting that that's a boy, yep, gonna have a problem.
As an educator for over 25 years,
would you allow your daughter to physically fight and get beat up by a boy who called himself a girl? Yes or no?
Get beat up? Is he talking about like wrestling or something, or like football? Has this guy seen some of the YouTube videos out there? There are some girls that are crushing it in men's sports in high school.
be happy to, once we finalize our regulations on Title IX athletics.
By the way, those are not very hard questions as a father.
No, they're just incredibly misleading and vague. Cool. Yeah. Well, who is this guy?
It's either yes or no, and you could not answer.
They are not just yes or no questions. What a dipshit.
That. Would you force your daughter to undress in the bathroom with boys who are also?
I would do exactly that. Wait, what? What? That was how he started. Would you force your daughter to undress in front of boys in a? Yep, because I'm a Democrat, right? Well, you got me. That's like Democrat cult right number 4. I mean, torturing your kids.
Also undressing.
I am not going to be.
Okay, I don't even know if this guy's a father or not, but you can.
Let's find out. Miguel Cardona. Father. Let's see. Married to Marissa Perez, children 2. He's a dad. It's a Wikipedia search, Doug. Jesus.
I can imagine being a father and very simply saying, no, I would not force my daughter to undress with a male if she felt uncomfortable with that. Well,
but he didn't say male, Doug. He said boy.
Even if she did feel comfortable with that, I wouldn't allow it if she's under 18.
Why not? I really don't get. I really don't get the point of this. I mean, Doug probably. I don't know what kind of upbringing that Doug had, but I remember, and maybe this is because it was in the 80s. But I don't think this ever happened with me. But as a twin, obviously, my brother and I would end up bathing together. That just happened. And as far as these guys are concerned, well, that's 2 boys bathing together. As far as I know, though, I was close enough to age with a younger sibling or a cousin. Actually, I think my cousin, a girl, when we were little kids, the 3 of us bathed together. Is this not appropriate? I mean, we were very little kids. We're talking like very young toddlers, 2 and 3 years old, sharing bath time together. This is in the 80s. Nowadays, maybe it's not appropriate. I have no memories of it, but I'm assured by my parents, and relatives like, oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you guys would go out and get filthy and we'd all just throw you in the same tub and hose you down, like, okay. Boomer parents, what do you do? But this idea of like, well, can you imagine being of one sex and being in a room with a kid of another sex and being forced to bathe with them? Yeah, I can imagine that. Other things scare me more, like ticks and Republicans.
Like in a school setting. No. Why can't people answer questions like that? Why do they say, as an educator for 15 years? Is there a disability in politicians that they just can't answer a question, even if they know it might make them look like a schmuck or might not appeal to their in-group? Well, who cares? Just answer as honestly as you can. By the way, I think a lot of people on the right are scared. They're scared that the changes to Title IX, whether it's going to happen or not, or it's true or not, what the perception is, they're scared that if their daughter says, no, I do not want to change in front of this trans boy who's actually a girl. I mean, a trans girl who's actually a boy. I don't want to change in front of this guy with a penis. And if they say no to that, it might be deemed bigotry or discrimination. That's unlawful. This is what parents are scared of. They're terrified of this. That's now against the law that
Why?
They're scared that there's going to be a law that says girls.
Terrified of what?
Are forced to be in the same bathroom with boys. That's the perception.
No, they would all be girls. Some of them are trans girls. They're all girls. They may not all be female, but they're all girls. Doug is, how long has he been talking about this and cannot get these basics straight yet?
And it's I don't think it's an irrational fear if that happens.
Good Lord, Maya. Going straight for the jugular. No problem with clergy, though. Yeah, no problem at all.
And here's another thing. Like, I think when it comes to trans women, males in women's sports,
they're the only ones Doug talks about. Doug never talks about trans men. He's talked at trans men. I think he's talked to Beck. I think he and Beck have had a conversation. I can't remember how long ago that was. Beck, if you're here, you could chime in and let us know. Like, I can't remember when that conversation happened, but I seem to remember Beck telling me that he had a conversation with Doug. I think with Stephanie Helms and maybe Dr. Ben in tow. I'm not sure. Beck says, the school shouldn't have kids showering in a large room anyway. They should have separate stalls. That would be, there's a solution. Yeah.
I think whether it's elementary all the way up to professional, I think real women, real girls, biological females should walk off the field, walk off the sporting arena if there's a trans woman there. In fact,
okay, what about trans men? Like, Beck's saying he acts like we don't exist, basically. Yeah. So how would Doug deal with his claim, with Beck's claim? Like I don't get that. Like, well, anytime a trans woman shows up in one of these safe spaces, this is just chauvinism. This is a weird kind of chauvinism that he's got. You know, I don't want these trans women in their bathrooms. I don't want them in their sports. I don't want them in their faces. I don't want them at tea with them. I don't want them featured in the same photographs on Instagram together. I don't want it. I don't want it. I can't deal with it.
The best way to do it, let's say, imagine a 400-meter race. That's one lap around the track. Imagine that race, and there's a
wait, seriously? Doug thinks that Colin Kaepernick is a traitor? Are you serious? I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've ever heard him say that.
Trans woman there, and all the people should line up. All the women should line up, including the man, the trans woman. And when the gun goes off, all the real women should just stay in their blocks.
Real women?
And wait till the trans woman crosses the line, and they could have some system of the real on your mark, get set, go, and then they go. Now, I think
so. He's advocating for discriminating against trans women in sports. How are you gonna do that? Like, this one's always kind of touchy, even for me. Like, I'm not a competitive person, at least not physically. I am not physically gifted in a lot of ways. I have weird vision. Like I have really good, I'm very farsighted, but the depth perception is a little weird. So it allows me to kind of like track things in 2 dimensions, but 3D is not great. I've basically been told that excludes me from ever being a fighter pilot, which is fine. But this idea that with the whole like, oh, I don't want to compete against these people because they're gonna. I mean, I knew girls growing up as a kid that could easily beat me in a lot of different sports because they had better coordination, better hand-eye coordination, better reflexes, and better stamina, especially if it was something like, say, basketball or something like that. Because I didn't know how to play basketball and I didn't play it. I played it like flag football, not even that physical. But that's also because I really fucking hate basketball. The idea behind this, well, they're just going to get left behind. Like, look, if you're going to have guys that are going to end up kind of trickling in, a lot of schools and their athletic programs run on a Matthew principle. The kids that tend to end up getting into and staying into athletic programs are the ones that don't wash out. They're the ones that tend to be inclined towards it. And the kids that have gifts for that tend to get more and more attention and more resources dedicated to them so they can do even better. That's just sort of how it works. So when they talk about this, like, well, what about these girls are just getting blown out of the water? Well, a guy like me who I could have gone into any of these circumstances and been like, you know what? I really want to play football and I just love the game. I love the game so much. And I really just want to, I want to have an opportunity to compete, but I can't do anything for the team that allows them to win a game. That team, that coach, that athletic program will not care about my love for the sport, my dedication to its fundamentals, its techniques, its tactics, training, nothing. They don't give a shit. They only care about my ability. So this idea that people are experiencing this uniquely in some way, like, well, this happens to everyone. Sports are an inherently discriminatory activity. They always have been. I'm sure Doug knows about this. Probably. He doesn't strike me as being a too sporty a guy. He and I have a similar hairline. We both wear glasses. We have a tendency to exaggerate and be sarcastic.
Some of the changes to Title IX, I think they see this type of response coming and they want to make it against the law to do that. Maybe. Because that's a terrible form of discrimination that makes people cry. You can't have that.
That's the point, is that isn't that it makes people upset. The point is you're excluding people for bad reasons, man.
And I think there was a high school.
I said, this is what they did to Becky Pepper Jackson at our junior high track meet. I don't know who that is. I hadn't heard about that one. You hate basketball? I do. Yeah. I used to try to play it a lot when I was a kid. Got injured a lot. Took a lot of elbows and fingernails into the corners of my eyes and stuff from kids trying to get extra, I don't know what they would like. Hey, we're going to play a little bit more physically aggressive like the pros do. I found that I objected to that a lot. So yeah, I do not like sports.
Shot putting that I saw that the girls did do that. There was a boy competing against them, and what they did is,
it's not a good idea. If somebody challenges me to basketball, I immediately think a duel, like Pistols at Dawn. And then as I said, no, we're going to play horse or something. Like, yeah, okay, what pistol are you going to bring? Well, who's your second? I just insist that's what they mean, because that's about how much fun I'm going to have at it. Like, I don't like watching it. I do not playing it. I hate that sport with a passion. I wish I didn't, but I do.
They took their shot put, they went into the circle and purposely fouled, just walked over or went the other direction. And I think that's the best response. But I think the do-gooders, the people who are blinded by their compassion, they want to make that illegal. They want to force girls, I think, to participate. And if you don't, you are, I think they would view it as akin to preventing a black person from drinking from the white water fountain. I think that's the way they want to set it up.
Paused at just right time. Peak smug. Doug didn't know I was trans when he first met me. And then when he did realize that you were trans, did it matter to him though? Because you're a trans man? That's what I'm kind of curious about. Like he just, oh, okay. Yeah. But you're not one of these trans women. You know the ones I'm talking about. Becky that looks like John Wayne trying to muscle her way into the women's bathroom. I love it when these guys talk like that. Like it's basically the entire song, Dude Looks Like a Lady, just exaggerated to, a cringeworthy, not that there's anything wrong with that level of gay panic kind of shit. Jefferson, can I drop a link to transpositions? You can. I don't know what that is. So basketball and baseball suck. Thank you, Redfang. Baseball, I kind of am interested in for like the history and stuff, but it is the boredom is just. I love the movie Field of Dreams. I wish I enjoyed any sport as much as it could inspire something like that. But yeah, oh fuck. You take that back, Lord Redfang. Yeah, I apologize. I mean, I would not be popular in LA, and LA is probably one of my favorite towns in the US. But if I went there, everybody's like crowing about the Lakers, and I'm just gonna be like, oh.
Biden should learn from Trump. Yeah, this is what's his name? Fareed talking about Fareed Zakira talking about
Zakaria.
But he was wrong, and that Trump is doing well, and that actually Biden should start becoming more like Trump.
Wait, seriously? Robin Webster states that when the governor of Kentucky swears in, he has to start, I think it means state to have not engaged in a duel. He has to swear that he hasn't engaged in a duel. I would think in Kentucky that would be points in your favor if you'd had the duel. Like, yeah, I've been in a duel and I won. Why do you think I'm here now?
I have a credible fear of persecution. And bingo, you're in the country legally. You get 2 court hearings. They could take 7 years.
Yeah, this is true. And that's how the asylum process works. That's how asylum law works. It's national and international standards. So just change it, right? I do want to get back into this before we switch away from that. No one in that bathroom has as much fear in them as the trans person walking into that bathroom. Yep. And I've heard that sentiment from lots of different people. Oh, Brie, I didn't know. I am the producer of the Transpositions. Oh, okay. I didn't know about this channel. I'm learning about other channels. I'm surprised it hasn't been recommended to me by YouTube. So we are talking about a YouTube channel, right? If it's not, then yeah, my apologies. Okay, so Fareed is talking about like Biden's vulnerability on the immigration issue, which is largely like other issues, kind of screwed up by media. It's not an immigration issue. It is a refugee issue. There is an immigration issue because of the backlog of people that built up because of Title 42. And Title 42 had other problems with it. But the refugee crisis that's hit places like Venezuela, Haiti, El Salvador over the last several years, they've led to a huge increase in people. And when guys like Doug here try saying like, well, we need to be picky about the people we bring in. Okay, for immigration, sure. You're talking about somebody taking their time and planning the move, and they've got resources. We're going to evaluate them. We're not talking about 8 million people fleeing Venezuela because they're afraid that government agents are going to show up in the middle of the night and kill their kids. That's different. That's a very different circumstance. That's a refugee crisis, not somebody deciding, I no longer want to live in, say, Venezuela or El Salvador or something. Just, I've made my money. I've got my family. I'd really like to move to Phoenix. And then you decide to put in for that. That's not what we're talking about. And that kind of immigration, I think, if it's, especially for people who are wealthy, I imagine it works very smoothly. If you are very wealthy, you can move to, I think if you've got $5 million, you can move to New Zealand right now. Right now. You can pay and you can get in and you can get your citizenship process started right away. I think for the mere cost of 250 grand, you can go to St. Kitts and get a passport and become a St. Kitts resident. 250K. So, yeah.
Meanwhile, you slip into the shadows of the economy. So the whole system is broken.
Transpositions is a show hosted by trans women reporting on current events related to trans issues. All right, good to hear. Let me take a look here. Let's see. All right, I'm subscribed. Oh, you guys got some good things in here. All right, I'm going to check this out. I'm going to do a little research on this. Thanks for the resource. This would be good for me. I don't hear about a lot of this. In fact, usually when I hear about this stuff, it's somebody like, you know, the name gets dropped by a conservative, you know, losing their mind because, you know, I don't know, like a cartoon Eminem is trans or something. You know, they had a nightmare one night, and who knows? I was watching one of those Bugs Bunny cartoons where he dressed up in drag, and now I'm confused. I'm like, oh my God, here we go.
And Biden needs to confront that and say, you know, we're going to have to reform the whole system. I would wish he'd do something much more extreme, like say the old asylum system is dead. No one is coming in through that process. You have to apply from your home country.
Which was a Trump policy.
Which was a Trump, and also the Mexico, you know,
actually, Biden continued that. Before I get into debunking this stuff, because Freed's mostly right about this, but some of this is blown, you know, kind of dumb. The usual consensus is trans men are to be pitied, trans women are to be mocked, and both to be ridiculed and to be dismissed. Yeah, I think I think there's a lot of condescension when it comes to trans men. I feel like for a lot of conservatives, it's sort of this weird kind of extension of it's sort of like oh well, you took the tomboy thing too far, didn't you? Kind of thing. It gets really patronizing and condescending. But then but the other side for trans women though, it's harsh and brutal and frankly ugly. And allies to be treated as criminal enablers. That's when I start getting a little pissed off because, you know, I don't identify as an ally because that's not my call. But if people in that community identify me as an ally, that's an honor. People like Doug will identify me as an ally to come at me. And that's when I start to get foaming at the mouth mad. I absolutely hate that shit. Because if I have a principled reason for supporting a group of people in their struggles and they come after me and start trying to do this whole, well, you're compromised or something like that, that is a good way to get me to lose it. Did I help you guys break 150? Cool. I'm proud of myself if I did. If I didn't, I'm just going to pat myself on the back. Everyone go sub or your hair falls out and you start saying dumb shit like Doug. Yeah. Maintain your progressive bona fides as you know, in politics. Go sub to that YouTube channel now. You don't want to start voting for libertarians or something weird like that. I mean, anything could happen. It makes you feel like when you climbed the rope in gym class. Yeah, that's the confusion. Like, I don't know how to deal with this. We have heavily covered the cast report recently. Yeah, I've been kind of curious about that because I don't know if Doug brought that up in a video recently, but I have heard bad things about that.
No one is coming in through that process. You have to apply. We're going to have to reform the whole system. I would wish he'd do something much more extreme, like say the old asylum system is dead.
Biden has essentially tried to do that. They tried to make it so. I'm trying to track the guidelines of this. So the Title 42 allowed the government to reject anybody that was coming in making asylum protocol because of COVID. They just couldn't do it. When they ended it, they tried to do a variety of different things that wouldn't go through. Biden didn't cancel Title 42 or anything like. Title 42 really only sticks if there's an emergency, a health-related emergency in place. When he removed the emergency restrictions, it basically made the Title 42 argument moot. It just kind of killed it. After that, then the kind of old rules applied, and so people would jump across, and then you'd get the same people trying to cross at the actual border crossings and make their appeals and apply for asylum, all that kind of stuff. But they back up, and usually, I think each border crossing is limited to like 100, 150 per day. So if they get backed up with hundreds of thousands of people, those people will find a way to cross the border because they know, usually the coyotes are telling them this, that if they cross and they get arrested, that's the goal, by the way. The goal is to get arrested so that you can declare asylum. That you get charged with a misdemeanor, you get a court date, and then you're in the country. And then while you're waiting for that asylum date, you can move around. That seems to be the real issue that a lot of these people have, and has been an issue for a long time. And it's been an issue since at least the 90s. In the 90s, I think it was a little bit more fluid. They used to complain about the fact that, well, these people can just come over here and then go right back, which is something that Americans have been able to do to Mexico for a very long time. But for some reason, the opposite was just deemed too dangerous. So they decided to pass a variety of different things, a variety of different restrictions. And, it's not an equal system, backward and forward. So here's Fareed saying like, well, hey, Biden is, he's on the line for this kind of stuff. Biden is not in a good situation because he campaigned on basically saying, look, we're going to have a common sense immigration policy, not like Fruit Loop Donald Trump over here, who banned people for being Muslim at one point, which didn't fly. Biden has attempted to impose things like you can't apply for asylum unless you apply through the phone app, and you have to apply in a country outside the United States, and you have to wait your turn. And a lot of Venezuelans actually have used that app and have followed that. The app's not great. The limitations on it are also not great, but it's there. The idea that Fareed here seems to be like, well, look, this dude is just feeding into this idea that it's just helter-skelter. These people can just come in. No, they can't. They have to really try to get in. And when they get in, they get arrested. That's not cool. The vast majority of them are not going to get approved after they get an asylum court case. And the reason they're not getting asylum court cases now is because we're not funding enough asylum courts and judges to get the cases processed to make a determination on whether or not they should stay or not. And the people that control the money for that, that's Congress. It's Congress. It's spending. They control the purse strings. That's their job.
No one is coming in through that process. You have to apply from your home country,
which was a Trump policy.
Which was a Trump, and also the Mexico. You have to be in Mexico to apply. I think that's all correct.
So strategically, you think that
I think it would
if Biden would tack towards Trump policies, he would have actually a better political chance.
Declare an emergency, national security crisis, send the National Guard.
Sounds like
but
me.
This is a place where Biden should learn something from Trump. All they have to do is say.
No, the problem with this entirely is that I've mentioned this before. Republicans do not want the visuals on the border to stop. The reason that they look that way is because the system that we have in place works. It just works weirdly. It allows, most of these people are getting caught, if not all of them. The vast majority of people are being caught, tagged, detained. They're being granted an asylum court case, and then they're in the queue. They're in waiting. But while they're there, they end up in sort of this weird second-class, third-class citizenship status. Bullshit. That's what probably needs to change. They don't want to change that. Conservatives especially do not want to change that, because the imagery that you get from refugees streaming across the southern border into the United States makes it look like Biden has done nothing. When in fact, the vast majority of those people, every single one of them, will be arrested, will be charged with a crime, and they'll end up declaring asylum. That's why they're crossing at a non-border crossing anyway, and they will end up getting an asylum date, and that's why they get to stay. If they want to change that, that's fine. But changing that requires international cooperation, because if you tell them, we're not going to accept you here. Biden tried doing that. We're not going to accept you here unless you apply with the app. And you need to apply in a country outside the United States. That was one of the requirements. I don't think that actually held up. That was one of the original requirements. I think Mexico had an issue with that. And if you think this issue is weird here on the other side of the border, you should take a look at what's going on in places like, across the border in some of those towns, where you have people just living homeless, waiting for the app to go off, waiting for their opportunity to cross. It's created an international incident, and the way this is working is, it's not working. So if they were serious about this, they would speed up the asylum court process, and that would end this. It wouldn't matter if they crossed. If they crossed, they get arrested, they ask for asylum, they get a court case in a week or two, virtual case. I don't know how many asylum judges it's going to take to do that. You hire enough of them, they get their case, it's determined. Doug knows the statistics. 75% of them do not get it, and they get sent back. And they are not allowed to come back for 5 years, according to the current law, from my understanding. That's it. If they try to come back, they are detained and arrested here, and then extradited back to their home country. So that just ends that. So it's not like it's wide open. It just works poorly. And these guys act like, well, they're just showing up here and then doing whatever they want. No, they're not. Every one of them is on a leash. From the moment they get here, they're all in the criminal justice system, a very poorly funded, poorly regulated portion of the criminal justice system. And Republicans do not want to put their money where their mouth is and fund that part of the system to get these people processed and determine what they're going to do with them, to shit or get off the pot. So Fareed can shampoo my crotch.
The magic words. I have a credible fear of persecution.
Yeah, they are magical words. This one is crazy too. People are going insane, and I think it's because of compassion. It's
nothing to do with compassion. It's bullshit administrative laws,
or maybe even chicanery.
Not even chicane. Well, part of it is chicanery. One of the things that encouraged so many people to come up and attempt the illegal crossings that they are is following the repeal of Title 42. There actually was an increase in advertising from cartel-funded coyote groups and stuff to people, letting them know, hey, it's back open, you can cross and you can declare asylum again. They don't bother to tell. I don't know. They advertise to these people, yeah, you've got like a 26% chance of actually making it. They don't tell them that. They don't need to. They're like, hey, we're saying there's a chance.
But number one, it's illegal to cross the border unless it's a port of entry. And a lot of people say, well, it's not illegal to claim asylum.
It's in fact legal to declare asylum. That's the law.
If I was to give you that and
it's the law.
Just say, but if you claim asylum by
which you can do,
doing something illegal first,
which they can do,
you are presumed ineligible for asylum.
They can be the second time. So one of the statistics he brought up a chart from Customs talking about the increases in the number of people that have been crossing, that have been arrested and detained. He left out the part that most of the statistics are based on, crimes committed before interdiction by Customs and Border Security, but whatever. But the highest number of them was entry or re-entry violations. Can be a bar for that. So if somebody had crossed in, got caught, got deported, came back again and tried to do the same thing, their asylum request, not going to go anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. If they already have a record, I'm like, yeah. The Customs and Border Patrol have the discretion to make a determination as to whether or not the individual's claim of asylum, if their concern for their own safety back in their home country is legitimate. And a lot of that is going to be based on guidance that they're getting from the State Department, the White House, from ICE, even like the CIA, based on what's happening internationally in those countries. If they're made aware that there's going to be an influx of people seeking refugee status from those countries that are having trouble, then in those cases, maybe they're not allowed to turn them away. So that can create an uptick in the number of people that are allowed to declare asylum. I don't understand why Doug can't adult about this kind of shit. This is basic, like, administrative stuff. Is Jesus.
That's a law. You are presumed to be ineligible for asylum if you cross illegally. Now, there are rare exceptions, but that's the law.
As far as I know, according to the current asylum law, under national and international standards, if they're picked up, even if they cross illegally, they don't cross at a legal port of entry. They cross, they violated the law, they are picked up, they are arrested for violating that law. They still have the ability to declare asylum based on the status of what's going on in their home country. What Doug is essentially saying is he wants to eliminate their capacity to declare asylum outside of a normal entry channel. Okay. Then would Doug be in favor of increasing the number of asylum applicants at those legal border checkpoints? Because as far as I know, they're quite restricted. And those people are only going to be allowed, they're only going to be allowed to stay in like Mexico for so long. They're in limbo. If they're from Venezuela, El Salvador, Guatemala, which the last big groups have been, if they're in Mexico at our southern border, they are already in a country they don't legally belong in. They're allowed to cross in there, probably because of national tourism rights and things like that they already have with each other. Just like we can cross down into Mexico, but they can't stay there forever. And if they're there waiting to get in here, you're creating an international incident with the country they're stuck in. Maya says, I'm still wondering how people would have never been here are supposed to intuitively know where ports of entry are. Well, I think they can find it. I think you can look up, if you look up, there's websites for it, I think in Mexico too. You can look up the ports of entry for the United States. Because there's like, I think there's a big one in Nogales. There's one obviously in San Diego. Well, is it Mesa or whatever? I can't remember what that one's called. And then Monterey, I think, has one. So those are like the three big ones. Actually, now that I think about it, I couldn't tell you how many there are legal.
And so what's happening is what didn't happen under the Trump administration, or at least very, very rarely, is people are coming across, and as Fareed said, they just say the magic words. They come across illegally and they say magic words. I feel persecuted in my country, whether that's true or not. And then they can be in the country for up to years. And we don't really know much about these people who are coming across.
That's the nature of a refugee. Yeah. How did they come with their own internet? Well, no. They usually know in advance. I mean, your bigger ports of entry are well known in Mexico. I remember talking with when I was living in Mexico, they knew like the 3 or 4 big ones that you could get through. But they're the systematic ones. You go into El Norte and then you try to cross out of Monterey City into whatever that Texas city is. I think there was one in I can't remember where they are. Let's check it out. Ports of entry into the U.S. from Mexico. You can also get them by sea. Yeah, that's giving me the wrong one. Legal border crossings. Legal border. Get a permit online on the Mexican border, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Locations. All right. Oh, God. Oh, there's tons of them. No, actually, no. There's not that many. There are 50. So there's California, Baja. There's Arizona, Sonora. There's New Mexico, Chihuahua, Texas, Coahuila, Texas, Nuevo Leon, and Texas, Tamaulipas. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. So yeah, there's 50. And I don't know that they all have their own, if they've got like, I know that asylum seekers are limited at any of these vehicle and pedestrian crossings. Also, if you go to one of these vehicle and pedestrian crossings as a U.S. citizen, it's incredibly easy to just cross over one. You can walk through. Half the time, from what I understand, there was an NPR article on this, you can walk through and not be asked for your ID. Coming in. Coming back over, though, very different story. So when these guys are talking about, it's just so easy. Oh, they can just come in, they can do whatever they want. Like, no, it isn't. It isn't that easy. These guys are insane. They don't understand the process from the other side. They haven't walked a mile in these people's shoes. They're just full of shit.
Now, if they were truly, truly being persecuted in their home country, and they,
what about Calexico and Mexicali? Were those on there? I'm seeing Tecate, Calexico West, Calexico East, Calexico West pedestrian. If that answers your question. I'm going to keep that up for a little bit.
They wanted to come for the long term, stay in the United States for the long term. Why wouldn't they go through the port of entry? The people who are not going through the port of entry are probably 99% of the time the people who know, I'm not going to win my asylum case. I mean,
good God. If they're crossing illegally and declaring asylum upon arrest, which is usually the goal, it is to declare asylum. There are some people that will try to sneak in and they need to avoid detection. That can happen. Those people are not here under normal refugee circumstances. He's just conflating like three different processes. One, normal immigration. People that are planning on making a move. Two, refugee situations. Countries in upheaval. Citizens flee. They're trying to cross into the United States and declare asylum and then move on. Maybe they'll stay in the United States. Maybe they'll get refugee status. They'll seek refugee status abroad in the UK, Europe, or Canada. Who knows? Three, people who are evading the law. They're not all the same. And Doug is acting like they're all the same. Maya says, also, we're assuming that people have money to do this in the country they're fleeing from. There's a reason we're funding people that aren't at ports of entry. They're not being willfully defiant. Well, I think part of the problem is understanding like the number of people, the number of individuals. So you've got a border that's X thousands of miles, wide, and you have 50 ports of entry. Well, 50 crossings, legal crossings. If all 50 have a limit of 100 asylum seekers, limited daily, and you've got hundreds of thousands of people trying to make the crossover, they won't do that if they get stuck in a country like Mexico, and they might get deported out of Mexico, and they're worried that they will, because that can happen. Then they have to weigh the risk of paying a coyote to get them over the border illegally. Maybe they can avoid the authorities and just sneak in illegally and do whatever. But if they do that and get caught, their chances of being allowed to stay in the United States are gone. Doug doesn't understand this. Oh, they're just going to sneak in and then they don't get caught and then they can just do whatever they want. No, they cannot. If they get caught, according to like current immigration rules, by my understanding, based on the stuff that was passed during the Clinton administration, if they manage to make it across, they do not get arrested. They do not make a claim for asylum, and they just stay here illegally. And they ever get caught, even if they try to do something as simple as like, let's say they tried to come out into the light and say, you know what, I fell in love and this, this American man, this American woman, whatever, they want to marry me. No, you get deported. And if you came across illegally and then tried to marry that person, you'd only been here for 6 months or less, you have to stay out of the United States for 5 years. 5 to 10? 5 to 10 years, something like that. If you were here for more than 6 months and then try to come out and say, hey, I'm here illegally, but I want to get married to this American, you have to leave and come back in 20 years. That's the current law. I wonder if Doug thinks that that's too soft.
I'm not even really being that persecuted. I'm just here for a better life so I can send US dollars back to my parents.
Some of them are, but that's not been, I don't think that's been much of a case anymore.
This is what's happening.
Doug doesn't know what's happening.
And we're not getting the best, the brightest, the healthiest.
You wouldn't in a refugee crisis, you fucknut. You would not get the best and brightest from people fleeing a murderous regime. Of course you won't get them, because that's an immigration issue and this is a refugee issue. They're two separate fucking things.
People into this country. We're causing more wealth disparity.
We cause more wealth disparity with our tax policies and with our market policies. The hell are you talking? Wealth disparity is rapidly increasing between the wealthiest people in this country and the people who were born here. Not carpetbagger interlopers like the Mennonite Canadian here. Not maple syrup sucker here. Apologies to any of my Canadian fans, but I'm trying to be, facetious. He came here 10 years ago and came in here, I think, on an education visa and then stayed for a while and then was a permanent resident, and then passed a citizenship test. So he just got citizenship last year. Congratulations, Doug. And then started telling people that he could have easily voted in elections while he was a permanent resident, which is bullshit. And if he had taken the citizenship test, I think he would know that. But for some reason, he doesn't.
Income disparity.
Bringing in really, really poor people to increase, it doesn't take, you can't increase. These people cannot get so much poorer than the poorest in the United States that they would increase wealth disparity as, say, something like, a Trump tax cut for the wealthy would do to get the wealthy ticked up over the hump even further. This is nonsense. This is literally, at this point, this is Pine Creek, just spitting down at the hoi polloi.
And then, of course, you got the problems of them getting money and getting even access to maybe college, definitely health services and all this when people...
Yeah, that's why they go to clinics and stuff.
Citizens in this country are not getting the same. Maybe this is, some would say, maybe I'm not saying this, but some would say this is a way to get a universal basic income. If enough Democrats start getting mad at Biden and saying, hey, these immigrants are getting all these perks, all this cash, free housing, free food. Why can't we? You're right. Peasants of the world, you're right. So all of you get it now.
It's not, Jesus Christ. This guy is he's so fucking cucked by capitalism. It is not about providing every poor person access to the United States so that they can somehow get better. It's about having it's some kind of accurate response to a refugee crisis. The United States might be able to do something about this differently if they decided to actually cooperate with countries in the South and provide them with funding and stuff so that they can figure out, where to house these people and stuff. But they didn't. NAFTA fucked Mexico once, and that's pretty much been our policy ever since, from the sounds of it. Jesus Christ. Mr. Anderson is here. Good to see you, Mr. Anderson. I'm kind of curious about if you've ever watched Jim Bob's streams. They are both obnoxious and scary in their content. Yeah, I agree. I just covered one of his videos. I need to find Mr. Anderson. When did you have did you have an interaction with? I'm pretty sure you did. I think we talked about this. You had an interaction with Jim Bob. Is that on your channel? Because it doesn't look like it's on his. Maybe it's buried into something. Jefferson, Doug did not learn a thing about economics, remember? Yeah, but he does know about finance, so he's trying to tell, which is interesting because he doesn't understand, he didn't seem to understand accounting enough to understand how MMT worked. So
maybe that's the strategy.
There's no strategy here. It's desperate people fleeing a bad situation in one country trying to come here. And our country's crap politics not making things easier for them. This part is hilarious. If you guys don't recognize who this guy is in this ill-fitting, disturbingly colored. I don't know what these is. This like a college theme? Brown, yellow, green. I don't know what this is. This is James Carville. He was an economic advisor and kind of a politico back in the Clinton days. That was kind of his heyday. And he was a Democratic political advisor for Clinton. I think he even advised Hillary Clinton. Let's take that with a grain of salt. But here's Doug patting himself on the back for the short that he made about James Carville. James Carville, by the way, if you're a leftist, James Carville has been dead to you for at least 20 fucking years. If you're a Democrat, maybe he's been dead to you for 10. Oh,
this is James Carville. He's been around. If you're under, I don't know, 30, you probably don't know this guy, but he is a political strategist consultant for, was it Clinton? Yeah, I think Clinton. But he has his opinions. He's actually married to a Republican. So they were famous for that reason. And this is, I put him to the bad Titanic music because he was whining and complaining how nothing's working.
Than he's ever been. Fewer people think January 6th was any kind of what it was, as an assault on the temple of democracy, the Constitution, I don't know, whatever you want to say. It's going the wrong way. It's not working. Everything that we're throwing is spaghetti at a wall, and none of it is sticking, me included. And it's hard when you start in your 80th year, and you know, like anybody else, I have an opinion of myself, and the opinion I've come to is I don't matter. It doesn't matter. You can prepare. You can be on TV. Or you can write pieces. You can have a YouTube channel. You can have a podcast. And nothing. Trump's more ahead than he's ever been.
He's more ahead than he's ever been. But how can that be with all the indictments? I mean, with all the...
Well, because nobody knows what he's actually indicted for. I'm going to play that back.
The press
Be right back.
You can prepare. You can be on TV. Or you can write pieces. You can have a YouTube channel. You can have a podcast. And nothing. Trump's more ahead than he's ever been.
He's more ahead than he's ever been. But how can that be with all the indictments? I mean, with all the press against him, how can that be? I can tell you how it can be. It's because now the Democrats have made him a martyr.
No, they
the percentage of
the majority of people, the number of people that think that the Dems are prosecuting the president is directly proportionate to the fact that Trump has been telling people, when I get elected, I am going to weaponize the justice system against my political opponents. I will use them to go after the swamp state. And then complains that Biden is doing the exact same thing to him now. And mainstream media and ding-dongs like Doug here are repeating the same thing. Oh, it's so politically motivated. Like, there are some politics involved with this kind of stuff. But the fact of the matter is that, and I'm speaking from a bureaucrat's position, if an individual is high profile enough and commits enough egregious acts, they put an administrative functionary like myself, especially if they're in an enforcement capacity, into a position of having to do something about it or face the consequences of needing to do something about it, but neglecting to do something about it. That's a problem. And these guys don't seem to get this. Actually, Mr. Anderson's here. Hello, Mr. Anderson. How you doing? Let me change this.
Oh, hey Jefferson. I didn't mean to interrupt your stream. I just figured I could post that link in a private chat if I went on to StreamYard. But I'm good. How are you?
Well, I made you a mod. So, okay. private chat. Let's take a look. I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good.
Now you are Mr. Anderson, the cranky lawyer, right? I mean, you don't call
Yes.
yourself that, but that's gonna get done.
I am that one. Yeah.
Proving the improvable. Precept debate. JimBob v. Oh, from 2 weeks ago. Perfect. Okay.
Yep.
I remember hearing about this one. 34 minutes. All right, I'm gonna leave this up to people in the chat. Oh, get rid of that. Let's see here. To anybody in the live chat, if you want to see, if you would like me to switch over from Doug to Mr. Anderson to watch his video, it's 30 minutes long, or roughly, from 2 weeks ago, him debating JimBob or Jimob, depending on how he spells it from time to time. Looks like he's got a little bit of an expression issue. Just let me know. Jeff forgot how to mod. I did mod him, Maya. All right. I gave him the mod, but Mr. Anderson was resourceful, and he decided he would just use the link, jump in, and post it in the chat. So yeah. Maya says Doug or JimBob, tomato. John is Doug out. Okay. All right. Sounds like we need to get out of this. So, all right. Yeah. I don't need to give him any more hype. Not that I'm hyping him. I'm a fraction of his size. I don't even know why I said that. That's terrible. So I don't think we've ever talked before. So but you've been on my live chats a couple of times, so I appreciate you stopping by.
Well, you're interesting, so that's why I come.
Oh, well, thanks. I've always been kind of interested because you're a practicing lawyer, right? Are you currently active as an attorney? Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yep. They haven't disbarred me yet.
Well, that's good. It's always better to not be disbarred. Are you free to say what your specialty is?
Yeah, sure. I do civil litigation. I do a lot of like human rights stuff.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. So what's kind of like, because I get notifications for your channel a bit, but I haven't caught up on it. Obviously, I haven't watched this. What's been kind of like kind of stoking the dopamine for you lately?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into my channel, probably the most accessible place to start is the Kent Hovind debates. That's kind of where I started, and I ripped him up a little bit, and then I moved on to some other people. I took a bite out of JimBob here, and then I got away from JimBob just because some of the other things that I saw on his channel when I was responding to him were, frankly, really bigoted, and I was kind of like, I don't want to interact with them a bunch anymore. But the stuff that I did when I was interacting with them is still interesting and good, and so I see no reason why we can't enjoy it.
Yeah, the video that I covered of him earlier on, there were I mean, like little memes and stuff in there that were just like, this isn't cool, and it was only 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And there was at least 3 things in there that I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't have done that. And I'm wearing a trucker's hat with a rooster on my head. So, I mean, take that for what it's worth. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Anderson also has a very nice Discord server. He's the mod there, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Titan is a busy man. Yeah, he is a busy individual.
Titan, if you can get Titan to be your mod, like, you're a lucky person.
Yeah,
Titan is an excellent mod.
I should bribe Titan to because my next step is probably to open up memberships and then to start a Discord server for my channel, but I haven't done that yet. So Well, if you don't mind, I guess, is there anything that you want to bring up? I guess I'll just leave it open to you. Is there anything you want to talk about?
I mean, if you like, I'm more than happy to stick around and we can chat about the video as we go, or I'm happy to leave it to you and jump off. It's really up to you. It's your channel.
Yeah, you can stick around. I can stick around for a little bit longer. Let's get into this and see what happens. So,
sure.
All right. Let's see here. Proving the unprovable precept debate. JimBob v. Mr. Anderson. So,
Mr. Anderson, and I am mean to people on the internet. I try to be polite about it, though. I just tend to ask hard questions and insist on the answers. On my channel, you'll find a lot of stuff to do with debate. That's probably because I'm a lawyer. A lot of what I do is adapting a bunch of the stuff that I do as a lawyer, or that we do as lawyers, so that you guys can use some of those things in your own debates. And they come in especially handy when you're debating people who aren't particularly honest interlocutors. By which I mean, they try and dodge your questions and refuse to admit the truth. And so a bunch of the stuff, bunch of the techniques from the legal world come in really handy in those situations. So that's kind of what this channel is all about. So you're going to find a lot of stuff to do where I do a bunch of debate technique breakdowns. But one of the things that I also do, which is obviously important to get you to listen to me, is kind of put things in practice and show you that these things work within the context of regular conversations. Now, what we're going to do today is we're gonna try and have a little bit of fun. We're going to try and do something which is impossible, which I know is impossible. And that is that we're going to try and prove the fundamental assumptions of science. And we're going to try and prove those things to a presuppositionalist, which is a Christian philosophy sort of.
This is too much. You got to try to do what now? No.
We're going to try and prove the fundamental presumptions of science to JimBob.
Okay. All right.
Don't think I can do it, do you?
No. No, I don't.
Well, I mean, it is technically impossible.
Yeah. I mean, the guy, all of his arguments are based on the fact that he just assumes like you need to accept the necessity of a tag argument of whichever one that I'm wielding, and if you don't, you're wrong. So it's like, okay, there's more to.
I picked this one for you on purpose.
This would be perfect. Okay, here we go.
Aficionado who specializes in refusing to admit that the fundamental assumptions of science are justifiable. So we're going to try and prove those things and justify those things to somebody whose whole shtick is denying them. I don't know how well this is going to go. And this is my first interaction with this guy. So we'll see. Now, this is a fellow named JimBob. And like I said, his whole shtick is saying that that scientists and people who believe in like physical reality can't really know anything because they can't justify their basic assumptions. They can't justify things like logic or reason or knowledge or information. They have no basis for justifying even things that are as basic as that there's anything out there beyond their own existence, or that the past will resemble the future and the future will resemble both. So like the idea is that, you can't even know for sure that the sun is going to come up tomorrow, because in order for you to like reason your way to that, you're going to be relying on the idea that the sun has always come up in the morning in the past, and you can't use that like reasoning.
I had one guy tell me like, no, you can know it, but you can't be certain. It was like, neither can you.
Yeah, that's pretty common for
like,
them.
Yeah, and I was like, no, I that's not actually what that's saying. I can't know it because I'm not certain is the entailment, not I could know it, but I wouldn't be certain. Like you're changing it. And he got really upset with me when I did that. I was like, yeah, you're not following the entailment correctly. Like it was better before when you tried to tell me that I can't know anything because I'm not certain about anything. Like that almost follows based on some of the other things that you're trying to say, but I mean, it didn't, because there's no way to establish that, and it's not even the same thing. But yeah,
and apply it to the future without assuming that it matters, that it applies to the future. So there's no way, there's nothing that you can look at in the world at all that will, justify this presumption that the future will resemble the past and that the present will resemble both of them. And, philosophers have been wrestling with this for years. Like, this is an idea that was invented by a guy named David Hume in, like, I don't know, like something before the 19th century, 18th, 17th, 16th, somewhere in there. It's been around for like a long time, and nobody has ever been able to prove this idea, like, to be able to prove that that's true without just assuming it's true first. So, like, technically, and I'm going to try and prove it to a guy whose whole shtick is denying it. So, I mean, don't have high hopes, but do have high hopes, because I think I'm going to do it. We're going to see what's going to happen. Anyway, that's what's going on, you guys.
I'm skeptical, Mr. Anderson, but here we go.
Let's have Mr. Anderson on. Mr. Anderson, no, this is not a dig at you. It's just a clip that I play before having people on.
See, like, were you doing the atheist keyboard warrior thing in his chat?
No, he's just obnoxious like that.
Why didn't he dig up like the whole, Mr. Anderson, the whole Hugo Weaving? You'd think he'd be at least a little bit.
No, he just like I just said, hey, like, it was the very start of the stream, and I was like, hey, I'd like to come on and try and prove the fundamental assumptions of science, and he's like, okay. And that's why he was like, I don't say this to be mean, but I just always play this. And I'm like, okay.
So he advertises
I don't know, just laugh it off, because, like, I mean, I don't know. Why do you do that? Do you do that to try and throw me off, or do you do that to sort of like posture to your people, like, whatever kind of thing, right? Like, I don't care.
Just crazy. Like, hey, do you mind if I come into the show and ask you a few questions? Holla at your boy. All of a sudden, like, what the fuck is this party stuff coming from? Like, atheist keyboard warrior. Like, what the shit are you doing? Like, yeah, the least he could have done is throw you a Matrix clip and like, one of these lives has a future, the other does not. Something like that. But he didn't do that.
No.
What a loser. All right. Okay. This is not going well. So, all right. Points to Mr. Anderson already. Yeah, exactly. I don't care. Jimbob's already he actually scored a point against himself by doing that shit.
Self-burn. Those are rare.
It got a laugh, so that's good.
Well, no, you know what? It's always fun coming into the lion's den and trying to pet the lion. And
sure.
Who's a good lion, right?
Yeah.
No, I appreciate you having me on, and I think it's
point of clarification. This is more like a diseased emu that might run over you. That's about it. It's not a lion, a diseased, bird.
Well, I didn't know that at the time, so
it's fine. It's not a point of correction. I'm just saying, like, hey,
no, it's fair.
I would have said the same thing, like, hey, it's good to be in the lion's den, and I'm like, but you're not really a lion. It's more like I'm, it's like I fell into a pit of a bunch of African snails, and you're all burning through my genes. Jail. Warren posted the. Jail. Why did you do that? Jail. Warren sent me a. Tangelo thing where his head posted on Kermit the Frog with the banjo. I think it's singing the song. I love that meme.
important to have these kinds of dialogues. And I should say, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I think I can justify like the atheist presumptions. I don't honestly think I can, but I think it'll be fun to try.
What is one assumption you would start with, you think, if you were to like pick like one?
Yeah, like, I mean, let's pick like the uniformity of nature, like the future will resemble the past and the present will resemble the both of them. Like that's that one's pretty, you know, I think that one's fundamental. You can't know pretty much anything without making that assumption. You know, canonically, like there's no way to justify it, right? Like there's no way for anybody to justify it without assuming that it's true first. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that brings up a question. Is there anything that's just fundamentally a precondition for everything we call knowledge? This is why atheists who don't like tag actually do engage in tag by admitting that there are preconditions for knowledge. Now, what we're asking when we ask a large
not transcendental ones, you dink. Like, what the hell is he talking about? Oh my God.
I'm glad you're enjoying this. That was always the goal.
Oh my God, the idea, like, oh well, they're just you're all automatically assuming the same thing, like preconditions to knowledge, like brains and things to know. Those the things outside those brains, those are preconditions to knowledge that aren't that controversial, and also are the same conditions necessary for someone like Captain Crisco Beard here to infer a creator God.
Well, and that's sort of the thing, right? Is that, like, you know, that is not something that he will willingly admit, but that is the crux. That is the crux of the whole thing that you've struck on right there. And we're going to use that.
Larger question is what justifies those preconditions? So if you and I both agree, the regularity in nature paired with logic and mind, not just the regularity in nature, but the fact that we can evaluate.
We're just doing the regularity of nature first, right? Yeah.
Let's stick with the regularity of nature. You're saying from any worldview, it's you can't avoid the assumption of the regularity in nature. But then you're also saying
I think that's true. But
okay, and then you're saying
I think it's fun to try and justify it
right.
anyway. So
okay,
here's some of the parameters then. If I'm going to try and do this thing, which I think both of us agree is actually impossible. So can I at least assume that there is such a thing as an objective truth? Like, do you think that truth is objective?
Yeah, I think to assume anything otherwise is a performative contradiction.
Right, but beyond whether or not it's contradictory, you think it's true, that objective truth exists.
Right.
Okay. And then also, like, I'm allowed to use logic, right? Because if you want me to logically prove the thing, like, I can't do it without using logic.
No, you could use logic. There's a misconception, and whether theists or Christians who use like a transcendental argument for God and ask for a justification for logic, there's a conflation that you can't use logic. What we're saying is that, well, how do you justify logic? But that's not what's in question today, right now, at least. So yeah.
Okay, and so like, would you agree with me that, like, you know, this is, I'm pretty sure you'll agree that if A is true, then A is true, like the syllogism, law of identity, right? That's like a valid, I guess, form of argument, right?
Yeah, if A is true, but A assumes, when we say true, is it A equal a proposition, a description of something? Or is it just that you're saying A equals A?
It's in a proposition.
And that's true, but not A is true. It's a difference.
If A is true, then A is true.
Right.
This trap snaps shut extraordinarily fast, so keep your eyes open.
Is there uniformity of nature?
Yes. There's, the uniformity, regularity of nature. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I kind of cheated, but I think I did it.
What?
Prove my presumption that the uniformity of nature was true.
Oh man, let's just take a second and appreciate the look on his face right now.
Right. No, but I'm saying there's other things assumed.
Right there.
That was a weird look from him. Like, wait, what?
Yeah, I know.
It was literally like, wait, what did I miss? What did you did you get something?
Because it happens like that, right? But yeah, I break it down in a second if you want, or we can just talk about it right now.
Go ahead.
Well, just let it play. I break it down.
You're gonna break it down to him, okay?
To even make.
Wait, I didn't assume that though. I didn't assume it, right? All I.
Well, no. I said there's other things assumed. That, like I said.
Yeah, I know, but I
right. No, but you didn't. But listen, but the regularity of nature doesn't then account for the fact that you can examine nature and determine it's regular.
So now he's trying to move the goalposts, and here's how I dealt with that.
That may be, but that wasn't one of the things, because we only have like 15 minutes, right? So
Right. But I'm saying, but just saying, well, I've just proven by necessity the regularity of nature is regular because A equals A. Well, no.
And now observe the patter of man who does not like to be wrong.
The fact is,
he acknowledged it, though.
Yeah.
He acknowledged that. I've never understood this about these guys, because when they try to do this kind of stuff, like, well, they'll even do this kind of thing where they'd be like, well, the laws of logic are prescriptive or descriptive or both or none or neither, whatever. That's like, I know from study and from experience that the laws of logic are prescriptive in terms of like how we should think about things. And they're descriptive about the things that we kind of look at and, when we're trying to like analyze the world around us, deal with our subjective experience. And he's dealing with something like this. This is a guy that believes that the law of identity is imposed upon our minds by the will of God.
Right.
And
But
now he's
that's the thing, right? Is that he said that the law of identity is a valid way of like that is logical, using the law of identity.
Right.
And so if A is true, then A is true. And then I just asked him, and is there uniformity in nature? Now, of course, he says that because he believes in God, that he can know that nature is uniform, right? But I now don't have to believe in God as long as I can believe him, right? And it's like, well, like, how do you know that the uniformity of regularity of nature is true? You just told me. That's how I know.
Right. Yeah. He agreed to it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing, is it? So like, and that's why I kind of say, like, I kind of cheated because I'm proving it in a different way than he expected.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not proving it in my brain, in my mind. I'm proving it in his. And in his mind, I have access to his internal thoughts. So that means that, if I have access to that information, it's basically like if we are like, from a practical perspective, it is stupid to argue about something that you agree on. And so, like, if you want to have the uniformity of nature for you, you have to give it to me. You have to.
Right.
Right. And so, like, it is proven by way of admission. And admissions are very powerful things because they can allow you to prove things which are otherwise unprovable. Right? Like, I can never prove, for example, what you're thinking unless you admit it. Then I can. Right? I can't prove things that I don't know unless you tell me. Then I can.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So he's going to is he going to start tap dancing? Square dancing?
Oh, yeah. We're going to get more out of him.
Okay.
The regularity of nature the world could have been irregular in a sense, indiscernible or unintelligible. The fact that that's
not under our propositions, because you've said that the regularity of nature is true.
Well, no, how we observe it's to be true, right? But the thing is, hold on a second. Hold on. The reality that we see, right? The physical reality, the external world, could have been in a way where items were popping in and out of existence at a like basically a pattern which was indiscernible from us, right? That the world could have been unintelligible is a logical possibility.
Is it?
Just listen to my response. Listen.
Okay.
It was. It's not anymore.
No, it could be. The fact that it could be unintelligible, then you couldn't just assume, well, we've just proven the law of identity and the regularity of nature, the uniformity of nature, right? Which is observation and mind dependent.
Can't be observation and mind dependent because there is objective truth. We went over this, and now you want to change it. Qu'est-ce, please?
you're assuming just because we observe it such a way, then it's necessarily that way, and it has to be that way. Right?
No, I'm not.
Well, then
I'm
it could be
assuming-
another way.
No, it couldn't. But it's
How
not,
could it not be another way?
Because you've told me that that nature is uniform, right?
See, I didn't ask him whether or not subjectively, he believed that the uniformity of nature was true. He said the uniformity of nature was true. And here's this is the sting in the tail with these guys is they love to have one rule for them and one rule for us. And you can't know the uniformity of nature is true, for whatever reason. Yes, I can, because you just told me, baby.
Yeah, that's an observation.
And if nature is uniform, then nature is uniform because truth's subjective.
No, that's post-diction.
Logically conclude. No, it's not a contradiction.
It doesn't. Yeah. No, it's post-diction. I said it means that doesn't grant you the justified assumption that it will maintain its regularity. You're just saying it is.
Man, this guy and his goalposts, they're on rockets.
It will.
It's not even goalposts at this point. It's just this guy's a Chuck E. Cheese. Holy shit! Oh my god! All right.
Will be.
No, because you said that nature is uniform, which means that it will maintain its regularity. Implicit.
No.
Isn't that the whole thing we were arguing?
No.
That's
it
so
will.
You don't believe that nature is uniform.
No, I do believe it is. No, listen. Okay. Is versus will be are two different things. Correct?
Okay. Do you believe it will be?
Yes.
Then what are we talking about, right? But no, here I decide to sort of trade one advantage for another. So instead of just kind of, really having some fun with him about well, then there you go. I've decided to try and go for a bit of a larger goal, which is I'm going to try and establish that actually pretty much all of the assumptions that you usually use, neither one of us can justify, and that they are base assumptions, and that's the basis upon which we're going to have our conversation. So you'll see how I do that.
Okay. And is that something you just think, or is that something that you know as a fact?
No, it's something that I put faith in.
Right. No, that's not my question. I'm asking.
I just told you. I just clarified. It's neither. It's it's a false dilemma you're posing. Right. It's faith-based. So you and I both have faith that the regularity of nature will maintain, which is a different statement than whether it is currently regular and we observe it in such a way.
Right.
So the assumption that it will is faith-based from both the atheist and the Christian.
Isn't it definition?
Right. But the faith, when you say faith, I mean,
I'm going to say definitionally it's not, though, right? It's going to continue to be regular because of the law of identity, right? The uniformity.
Here what he's done is, so he's kind of abandoned that whole hog, right? Because he didn't want to grant the uniformity of nature as a fact, right? As an objective fact that he admitted to that is proven. And so now he's like, well, I can't tell you that because actually I don't know. And it's all assumptions. We're both actually assuming things. He doesn't want to give me the fact of the regularity of nature, but what he gives me instead as a result of that is better for me, is worse for him, because remember we were talking before about all of the assumptions that they ask us to prove are unprovable assumptions that both of us have to make.
Right.
Yeah, he's admitting that. And you do that, and that's the ball game when it comes to precept. That's it, man.
If we take your belief in God out of that, do you have any basis for believing that the universe or that nature is going to be uniform going forward?
No.
Other than that you believe it to be the case. And if we we don't presume that God is real, then your faith would be equivalent to belief. Is that fair? If he is real, it's different. but if he's not, then it's the same. Is that fair?
No, I would say it's still all faith-based, that you don't escape faith. There's no like knowing, right?
Yeah.
Is not like knowledge is theory laden.
No, but my question was in terms of the words faith as opposed to belief. I like my understanding, and again, this is just my understanding, and I'm just some idiot on the internet, right? But my understanding is that like the real difference between faith and belief is that faith is it's something more than belief, and the reason for that is because God is something more than kind of everything else. And so when you believe in God, that's faith, right? Assuming God exists.
Well, how do you define faith then?
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that I don't want to foist my definition of faith onto you. And I'm suggesting a definition, but like you can tell me I'm wrong. This is your show, right? Not mine.
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you, what is your definition of faith?
Well, I'm saying that faith is a belief in a divine power, like in a deity.
No. Faith definitionally is belief in something without evidence.
So
from your view,
Just catch that one at the end. He defines faith as a belief without evidence, and then.
Oh, why didn't he go for the theological definition, the Christian definition? It's the hope for things not seen, the substance of things not, whatever that passage is. Why wouldn't he do that?
I don't know, but he goes with like this very common, like definition of faith, which is like it's very atheistic definition.
That's the Aaron Ra definition. Aaron Ra uses that all the time. It ticks apologists off every time he uses it.
I know, and I said that faith was a belief in a deity, which I thought was way more charitable, and he's like, no, that's not what it is.
That it was a lot more charitable. He should have gone with that, because
I know.
He could have been like, the way that you were setting that up, he could have been like, oh, well, that tracks with the theological definition out of Christianity. It's the oh god, it's gonna bug me if I don't look it up. Faith is the substance. Yeah, Hebrews 11:1. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Yeah, I can never remember him because it's just such a deepity. But I'm surprised he didn't he could have just banked off that and been like, yep, that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had something prepared in the event that he went that direction, right? Like the idea was going to be, okay, so faith is special, right? Belief in a deity is one thing. And then belief in like everything else is another thing. And so, is it just the God part that makes this special? And if so, then it only matters in the event God exists. And if God doesn't exist, then we're in the same boat, right?
Yeah.
But he decides to kind of hand me something even stronger. And so, of course, I'm not foolish enough to reject that.
Then as I start talking, he says, from your view. And it's like, what? Like, you're the one who just defined it, and now you're telling me what my definition is? Like, that's not my definition. That's your definition.
Right. Nitty says, no, you're both wrong. JB said carefully, that's how you define it.
Yeah, I know.
You missed it. He tap danced out of defining it for himself. Oh, then he said, no, okay, now you've got it. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. But Nitty's right. He said that, like, he slipped that in at the end. He says, like, it was after I started talking, he says, from your view. And I'm like, what do you mean from my view? I defined it differently. You're the one defining it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was subtle.
Talking, not me. I defined faith differently. I literally just did. And so you can see how I don't let him get away with that. Here's how it goes.
Anything without evidence.
Yeah. I mean, what would be the distinction between a belief, faith and belief from your view? I'm asking, what's the distinction?
Well, I told you.
is he saying that there might not be a distinction between faith and belief? Like a belief is not based on evidence?
What he's trying to do here is he is trying to get me to summarize, like I laid out a definition of faith, and then he laid out an alternative definition of faith, and then I disagreed with it, and he's like, well, then what's your definition of faith? And the idea, the trick here is that like I won't be able to summarize my definition of faith quickly enough, and then he'll be able to say that the definition of faith is confusing, and then create a muddle. That's the tactic.
Okay.
Yeah.
My distinction is the object of the belief, but going back to what you're saying is that a belief can be something that it is when you think something is true. Is that fair definition of what a belief is?
Yeah, and it would rely on faith.
Okay. And well, sometimes it will and sometimes it won't, because you
always.
believe that I'm real, right?
Always.
But you don't have faith that I'm real.
Yeah,
no,
just
no, I'm
pause.
saying-
So I think I talk about this in my little insertion in a second, but like, I think you picked up on that. Like, so he says that that faith is belief without proof, but all beliefs have an element of faith in them.
Right.
But faith is a belief without proof. So a belief is like it's kind of it's not quite a circle, but it's kind of like a loop, like a spiral or something. And like it doesn't make sense.
It's an ampersand, but it terminates in an explosion.
It's a tangle. It's a mess. It's a right. It's unintelligible. And I noticed that at the time, and I was like, oh, I mean, I could have some fun with this, but you know what? We have to anyway. I think I go into that part in a second here.
Saying all the beliefs would rely on faith in something else. In this case, your reasoning, right? You'd put faith in your reasoning, your rationale. You'd put faith in your accuracy to determine and investigate sense data, right?
Right.
You'd might put faith in other people's account of sense data to some extent. And so you're always placing faith. Now, the atheist likes to say it's confidence, not faith. Well, I'm saying, well, to state confidence, then you're putting your faith in.
I think confidence is different.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let hold on. Yeah, I know. You gotta let me finish. To say you're confident in something, means you're putting your faith in the apparatus or the mechanism that produces the confidence. So there's no escaping faith in regards to forming a belief. There's something that's fundamental before you form a belief. That is.
Just pause there for a second. Okay. So this is something I had a question. I don't know if this is right, but like this is sort of something that I've been kind of kicking around in my own head, and I'm interested in your perspective, Jefferson. Because like when we talk about confidence, and he's like, well, confidence is just your faith in your instruments or your measurements or whatever. I'm like, and I'm kind of like, no, like confidence in my mind represents a fundamentally different way of reasoning. It's reasoning without certainty. So it's in a sense, it's breaking the law of identity. Right? Where you're saying like, you know, if A is true, then A is true. But well, like, no, what I'm saying is that A may be true and it may not be. And I have a certain degree of confidence. So like things aren't what they are. They might be what they are. And to some particular degree of certainty. So like, it's and you know those percentages then get tick up and down depending on the available evidence, and in that sense it's a fundamentally different way of reasoning. But I that's just me saying crap, and I don't know how true that is or whether that's full of baloney. What do you think?
Let me rewind that a little bit. I want to hear how he put that again.
When we say
forming a belief, there's something that's fundamental before you form a belief that is faith-based.
Okay, so before you form a belief, there's something fundamental before you form the belief that's faith-based.
Okay, so when we...
Okay, maybe, but that would be... Okay, you could just do this as simply as saying the foundational thing before you form a belief, the thing you have faith in is just your subjective experience. because you can't deny it. If you try to deny it, you end up affirming it. So you can at least get there. And then from that, you can form beliefs about the things that you're experiencing around you.
You say that faith is belief without proof. So then, like, what I'm understanding is that you believe something.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, belief without proof. It wouldn't be belief without proof. It would be like an axiomatic thing. It would be like something like subjective experience. You can't deny it without affirming it. Right? It's basically internally contradictory. There's nothing that you can do about it, which is something that the tag argument is desperately trying to make God.
Yeah.
Most tag arguments would love it if God were as undeniable as subjective experience, at least in terms of like that sort of cogito era, the way that Descartes probably really meant it, which is basically like not I'm thinking, therefore I am, but in thinking, therefore I am, because if I think that I'm not, I think that I am, right? But you affirm your subjective experience even when you doubt it. It's sort of inescapable in that sense. It makes it kind of intuitive and counterintuitive at the same time. Like what he's trying to do here, I'm not sure like if there's anything valuable with this.
Well, I think fundamentally what he's doing is he's just saying that what he calls faith is just, the axioms, right? Like the foundational axioms.
It's either that or it's some kind of like he's Orthodox, so I don't know if he's not Reformed theology, so he's not relying on grace per se. So yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah,
I think we get him. I think I get him on this one. Just go forward a little bit.
Okay.
But you can have a belief without proof. If that belief is without proof, then it counts as faith. If that belief is not without proof, then I'm presuming it would not be faith, that it would be something else. Is that right? Do I have that right?
I'm saying that whatever you call the something else, you couldn't point to the something else, the alternative, without appealing back to faith every time.
So in this moment, I had to make a choice, right? And I could have got aggressive, or I could be more conciliatory and try and build consensus. Now, the aggressive approach would have been to point out that there is an element of sort of circularity here and inconsistency, because he's saying on the one hand that faith is belief without proof, but the belief has faith in it, and all beliefs have faith in them. And so if faith is a belief without proof, but belief has faith in it, then faith is faith mixed with something, and the whole concept sort of falls apart, and it's just a mishmash. And I realized that at the time, and I could have gone down that road, but it would not have furthered our larger goal. So sometimes when you're doing this sort of thing, you kind of have to keep your eyes on the prize, and even where you see like a little, thing where you can, give them a little jab, it's not necessarily worth it. Sometimes you can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar.
I understand that. Because of what I would call your fundamental presumptions or your presuppositions or whatever, and what you would call faith, right? Right. So, I think it's probably like, look, if we're going to be, like I said, I am trying to take on what I think is probably an impossible task, but, but like I said, I think this is just a fun exercise. So if I'm ticking you off like
No. Let's see. I want to see how you respond to this question here, or this statement here. Question nothing says faith is the excuse people give when they don't have any evidence. Now, what I ask you, let answer that, and I'll ask a follow-up question to you and see where that goes.
I don't think that that's particularly fair. Like I said, I'm not a theist. I'm not really an atheist either. But I have respect for both positions, and I think that saying that's kind of mean.
Well, is it mean? Well, let's forget the mean part. Does it assume intent?
Jimbob, I don't give a shit about it being mean. I need you to tell me that I'm right.
That's exactly where he's going, and you can see so here I'm kind of it's like I would just said, like sometimes you can catch more flies with honey, right? It's like, I mean, I could get aggressive here, but you know, I've got so much now, and I want to gently close the lid on this box and get out of there with all of my presuppositions admitted, right? So even though I could fight him, like he's letting me close that lid, and so like I'm just gonna be like, yeah, you know, go to sleep, nice little tiger, right? So those are just, I'm just tip tapping little nails. Don't worry about this. Everything's fine.
Pay no attention. Drift off to slumberland.
Yeah.
It's just fallacious, right? It just assumes intent of the person, right? That they're trying to make excuses, right?
It's an excuse, right? Like, I mean, I don't think that, like, I think that, you correct me if I'm wrong, because you're one of the people that actually believes in God, but I don't think that people who believe in God are just kind of trying to make an excuse, right? Like, I think that they honestly have that belief. And I think that a lot of times they do have at least some evidence in their own minds. Like, I think even when you do have faith in a God, like there is all I think there's, it requires that leap, but like, I don't know. I've listened, like the reason I came on here was like, I've watched some of your content and I think that you're, you know, a non-moron, right?
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's probably as nice as I'll ever be to anybody, right? But now I should point out here at this point that I learned more about Jimbob.
Say no more. Like I was just gonna say, when you called him a non-moron, that's as close to flirting as Jimbob gets. But
yeah,
okay. Let me play this more
later. And he and I kind of got into a disagreement about that, and I'm not going to air any of that at this point in time because it doesn't have anything to do with the debate, and it isn't fair for me to come onto his channel and, you know, then start judging him about, you know, some of the views that he has, which I don't agree with, which are not germane to this conversation. So let's just say that he and I disagree on other issues. None of those disagreements are of any relevance here.
I should probably mention, I did at some point get fed up with Jimbob's blatant homophobia, transphobia, and racism and general bigotry. And there's a separate video about that. It's just not this video.
Gotcha. Was this your first exchange with him?
Yeah.
It was, okay.
Yeah. You know, like, you know, it seems to me like you actually give a crap about like being rational and, you know, being honest and fair and engaging with arguments. And it seems to me like you want there to be some reason for your belief in God, and you search for and you challenge and you test those reasons, and you're testing them against the alternative. So like to say that faith is just an excuse seems to me to be like kind of dismissive of other people's beliefs.
Right. Yeah, I think it's silly. I mean, it's just a low form. It's not even an argument.
So that right there was a very subtle like slip of the knife that would potentially have come back to bite him, I don't know, 3 debates from now, when he says something to the effect of, you know, trying to, you know, presume like that fundamental presumption, my fundamental presumptions are just as valid as yours because, you know, we never, you know, we don't challenge our fundamental presumptions, and one of my fundamental presumptions is God. The thing is, like, you don't try and prove your fundamental presumptions. Like, when's the last time that you tried to prove, other than, you know, me doing this exercise, when do you ever try and prove that, or when do you ever try and give evidence that your senses are real? I think it's like never, right?
It's I think it's one of the core problems that guys like, because Jimbob's a big fan of tag arguments.
Right, but that's the thing is that, like, you know, but he does want to make tag arguments. He does want to try and rationally prove God, which means that it is of a nature that is different from all of the other presumptions, right?
But he doesn't think that in making those arguments that he's sort of getting into the same he's like getting into the dirt with the rest of us. He thinks that the argument itself is transcendent, like the things it describes. It's a
Right.
I just had this epiphany like 2 days ago, and I'm like, they have a basic composition fallacy that transcendent arguments are as transcendent as the transcendent things that they're talking about. But the problem with them is you're using rational argumentation as a justification in epistemology to make a case for the point that you know for the claims you're making. That's no different than empiricism. Right.
Right. But I mean, like, here's the
Yeah.
thing is that, he'll argue till he's blue in the face that things like truth, the concept of truth is not something that you should try and prove empirically. Right. And that, that like you never try and prove concepts or ideas empirically. And, so there is a category of things that one does not try and prove empirically.
Sure.
And that God is like in that category.
Right.
But the thing is that
I'm just saying that like their usual distinction when they're trying to talk, they'll dismiss the empirical altogether and be like, that's not a sufficient justification for any kind of knowledge one way or the other. But they'll retreat into the realm of tag argumentation, which is a rational justification for epistemology, and then try to say that the argument itself is as transcendent as the things that it's claiming, and then say, and then do this special pleading thing, like we're divorced from the whole thing. We somehow got out of the bond, the blind between ontology and epistemology. And it's just like, you didn't do that. You actually fed into an argument. Like you actually kind of defeated your purposes right from the beginning. If God was as axiomatic as you said, you don't have to defend him to me with a rational argument.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of that's why I'm saying this is kind of a subtle slice, because he's agreeing in this moment that in fact he does want to defend God with a rational argument, that he does want to present evidence of God, which means that it is not in that category.
Yeah.
Right. But that would have been something that if I had continued to talk with him would have paid off like down the road. Right.
Yeah. Nettie says he's not genuine because he will go back to this stuff and play his re-ard soundboard, say you have mental illness, mock you, and feed his chat like a bunch of maggots on his rotting personality. Are you saying I'm going to get that treatment? I hope I do. That sounds great.
We're nearly done this stream. Because at some point he's going to realize what happened to him, and I want you, Jefferson. I want you to make a prediction here and now as to how he's going to react. Do you think it will be graceful?
I not graceful. No, I've seen. In fact, I actually saw him on a chat today where he just called everybody a bunch of fuckers and all this kind of stuff, and I chimed in and was like, see, JimBob was here demonstrating those fruits of the Holy Spirit, huh?
I saw that actually. I was there. I saw that. I saw that. But the highest honor though is if you get a custom insult.
Oh,
something he makes up just for you.
Oh, nice. So as opposed to getting Atheist Keyboard Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's doing that for 830. I think he's doing that to him, and there was another one. Can't remember the other guy that came in here. Oh, Stephanie's here. Howdy, Stephanie. How you doing?
I have a custom insult. I'm a goblin, and Sumami has a custom video, a custom music.
I heard that as well. That was potentially reportable, but I have not reported it.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, you need to realize that where these guys are they're not nice. They're also not stupid. They're doing this, very strategically.
Yeah, I was just going to read your.
And it's not about epistemology or ontology or all of these things back and forth. It's about a program that they have to establish a a regime of oppression all around them. They're trying to protect them. They're gathering themselves in.
Well, they're calling themselves
trying-
culture. They're culture warrior stuff. That's what they're trying. They're trying to preserve the culture
Right.
or
Right. They're
restore
trying to
a
preserve
culture.
the
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah, but it's a
And-
culture that you
and
would
some of them-
concoct in a petri dish behind a toilet in a weird bathroom. it's a
Well,
gross culture.
perhaps, but you know, it's a culture we're familiar with. It's not a culture that's some kind of mythology. It's a culture we're very familiar with. It's a culture of patriarchy. It's a culture of, in some cases, not all, but in some cases, white supremacy. It's a culture of conservative beliefs when as it comes to the family, and it's not a religious culture. Because there are atheists that are deeply embedded in promoting this culture.
Yeah.
You know, to me, it's become clearer and clearer that, you know, the notion that I'm sorry, I'm getting some background here, but it's becoming clearer and clearer to me that atheism, qua atheism, and you know, the angels on heads of pins kinds of debates are really, really cool, but it's where you go with them that is telling. I mean, I'm a goblin in Jimbob's eyes because I dare to be myself. I dare to be myself and present arguments against his ontological and epistemological arguments. Like I presented after 4.5 hours of argumentation on another channel, what you're doing here, man, is mistaking the map for the terrain. Your premise one is out the window because that's what you're doing there. It's a nonsensical proposition from the start. But you know, it takes a Zod. It takes a prophet of Zod or a Mr. Anderson to present that in the killing them with a smile kind of way. But if a goblin does it, even though the goblin did it, all that happens is the poison seeping out of the mud. That's all that happens. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters to the crucible. That's all that matters to them.
Well, it's entirely based on. I mean, the entire philosophy is based on tribalism, teams, identity, culture. You know, it's all based on. When it's based on that kind of thing, there's no way. It's really hard to get through. That was the biggest detractor for me from religion. You know, from dealing with Christianity. It wasn't even as a kid. It wasn't the fact that I had a problem with believing in God or believing in a supernatural or anything like that. It was that weird, rigid kind of tribal identity where you couldn't accept other people's beliefs. So when I started to buck against that, I got a lot of grief from adults at the church for that kind of thing. And the more I explored it, you know, and it was weird. The more I attempted to explore it in Christianity, the more I just became completely disenchanted with exploring comparative religion with any group. But I think that was actually kind of a weird victory for evangelical Christianity in my case. They actually made me less curious about exploring any of these faith traditions and any of these other groups because I was kicked out. You know, they had done the shunning thing and that was it. And it was like, well, I don't understand what the point of this is. And now I do. I mean, it's more important now to guys like Jimbob, Andrew Wilson, and others, it's not so much going to church and working on yourself and having a personal relationship with Christ. It's about being a Christian nationalist. It's about having the identity, the political identity. That's all they care about.
Yeah, if you want, there was a debate review that Jimbob did less than a week ago, I think. And I can't remember the names of the people who were involved. I think it was it was a woman, and I think Andrew Wilson debating, and he was reviewing it. And like a lot of the times when he is, doing his chats or whatever, like it's very sort of veiled, and it's a lot of just like snide remarks and jokes and that sort of thing, right? But in that debate, like he gets into it, and he's like, look, the church is the bride of Christ, and then that means that you're submissive to Christ, just like a woman should be submissive to a man, and patriarchy is a good thing, and we should be supporting and promoting patriarchy, and the church is about patriarchy, and it is about control, and what we want to do is to control women, and we want to control society, and the church should be controlling society because it is second only to God, and everybody should be listening to what we say, and obedience is key. And he and he gets into that, and it's explicit, and it's disturbing, right? So like
I think that was a debate that was moderated by President Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember. I didn't, I wasn't riveted, right? Like I was horrified more than.
Well, I'm not riveted by any. The only reason I chime in on any of this is that is a duty to warn. This is what you're dealing with.
Yep.
I want people to understand that no matter how good your arguments are, and Mr. Anderson, your arguments were great. Zod's, Prophet Zod's arguments were great, and he had the advantage of not actually having a motherfucker sitting there. Although there is some value, I think, to having the guy there. But if you really gonna make an impact with having the guy sitting across the table from you, everybody's sort of in that situation wanting to see someone walk away from the table with their tail between their legs, and I don't think that ever really works.
Yeah.
That's the issue I have with the promotion of this stuff, because what I see is it's not a debate about the validity of a Christian worldview or an Orthodox worldview or a Roman Catholic worldview. I mean, Jesus, we just had a guy stand up, a place kicker for the New Orleans, not New Orleans, I'm sorry, the Kansas, I'm sorry, New Orleans. Keep going with Mardi Gras. The Kansas City Chiefs, they're talking about the holiness of the Latin Mass. And I'm going to do a piece on how sacred I felt as a singer in the Brandeis University, a Jewish school, concert choir performing Stravinsky's Mass in C at the Church of the Covenant in Boston during the Christmas season. One of the most just exquisite experiences of my life. I glory in the beauty of the Latin Mass, especially in the setting by Igor Stravinsky. It's like I glory in that. This guy's using the beauty of the language and the beauty of the art and the beauty of human creation to denigrate other human beings and to put them in cages of his own making.
Yeah,
I
think you know this already, Stephanie, but I think it's important for me to say again and to sort of, make it kind of clear to anybody who doesn't know this already. But like So this was my first interaction with him, and like it's still kind of enjoyable to watch because he does end up, getting owned, right? And that's fun. But I had like since I realized how odious he was and how much he was attacking transgender people and and gay people and black people, I do not interact with him
People
anymore.
ain't like him, you know what I mean?
Yeah, basically, and I discourage other people from interacting with him. So like, I mean, he has now gone back to interacting with almost exclusively channels that have less than 1,000 subs, right? And I think that it should stay that way, right? Where like there'll always be some people that he can
Thank you
interact
for
with, but it
saying
shouldn't be anybody with status.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. I mean, my channel's minuscule anyway, but and I
Yeah,
always,
but you punch well above your weight though. Like you're kind of an
Definitely
exception
does.
to that rule.
Stephanie definitely does.
I get around. Let's just put it that way. Every now and again, I have something to say, and I do have something to say on this particular topic that I'm actually trying to flesh out and write out and produce out in a way that I think will be compelling, and I hope to get something out in sometime over the weekend or early next week. But I'm a sailmaker, and this is my busy season, and maybe I'll get to it, and maybe I won't. But I really need people to see, and I think people have seen this, the danger of taking things at face value. You got to look below the surface at some of these people, not all of them, some religious people that want to simply advocate for religious faith, want to advocate for some sort of personage outside of what I call the numinous, and what many people have called the numinous, which is a characteristic of human thought. Some people want to externalize that and make it into something that they call God and preach it to other people. Sometimes that's okay, because I think a lot of people do that. I think Hildegard von Bingen is, some of the mystics do that, and it's like, whoa, look at this stuff, and it's like it opens other people's minds. But the people that use God as an excuse to hide their own bigotries behind are the people that are the most repulsive to me. And if you read deeply into the New Testament, into the words of Christ, they're the people he called hypocrites. I mean, a lot of people would say, well, that's bullshit. She's crazy. She doesn't. That's the teaching. That's the religious teaching I grew up with. You people are hypocrites. So I quite comfortably walk away from Christianity with that precept still stuck in my mind, even without the divinity of Christ, or even the existence of Christ, or certainly the existence of any divinity.
To me,
we can, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm pontificating.
No, I mean, it bothers me consistently because, a lot of churches, especially like the Catholic Church, don't know how to deal with believers who are LGBTQ. They still don't. They have to treat orientation as a temptation from the devil. And so they force a number of these individuals into, if they want to be believers, maintain their belief, and they're standing in the church, they have to essentially adopt a life of celibacy, which isn't healthy for them. It's not healthy for their priests either, but they have a lot of retrograde and unhealthy ideas about this kind of stuff. And it's just like, this can't last, it's just, and you see it more and more. I would have thought that, the crises that hit the church, that would have been the crisis of legitimacy that would have broken them and would have forced them to some kind of real doctrinal changes, but it really hasn't. I mean, even with the current Pope, who seems a little bit more like, for some priests, he's just way too liberal, too left, too woke. He's not. So, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do.
Well,
Probably
you know,
can-
it always comes down to having discussions at the granular level of belief. I mean, Jimbob is Eastern Orthodox, and he believes that the Roman Catholic Church is in schism. And you know, it's like, do we really have to parse all of these things? Can't we just look at what the real world beliefs are and the real world actions are of the people that profess these beliefs? I mean, if a priest is using their position to abuse their parishioners for, you know, kind of ain't gonna get any in heaven, so might as well get it here kind of things. That's how's it's like, no. You know, can't we just sort of recognize without the God? It's like, if you're literally hiding behind the skirts of God to get your freak on, you know, come on, get real with this shit.
They're not getting their freak on. They're getting their faith on. Come on, Steph. You want to get back into this video?
Keep going.
Yeah,
I thought the video was over. That's why I jumped into the thing. I'm going to shut the fuck up right now.
We got a few more minutes. Let's get back into this. I don't remember where we were at, but let's see what this was.
Statement. Now, and this'll I'm going to set this as the precedent to start my review, but I appreciate you coming on. You can respond to this one more thing, and then I'll move on. No, absolutely. He says knowledge requires evidence. Now, what do you think I would say to that? Why don't you go into my shoes, the best you can, steel man, what you think my response to this statement would be?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your response would be. Give me a start of it, and then I'll try and extrapolate the rest.
Okay, so if a knowledge is a justified true belief in the accepted sense, you know, the definition that most philosophy uses today, right? Like, let's say we accept that.
And so now we have a definition of knowledge as well, in the event that we engage further. And I'll let you know on something. I'm now actually recording some of this commentary in the future, and I know for a fact that we do have further interactions, and the definition of knowledge does matter, and he does try and redefine it in other ways later. But you can see here that, you know, when we establish sort of the basics and the ground rules here, he gave a definition of knowledge, and this is it.
Knowledge is a justified belief, right? Is there my question to this?
I want to pause this for a second to address this comment. I don't believe in Christianity, but it promotes family core values, that promotes a healthy society. What do we replace it with? I would raise an objection to this. There is, I cannot remember where I read this from. Somebody would have to do a lot of searching on this. I can't remember what native tribe this is from. But in that tribe, when this is First Nations people here in the United States, North America, they would, when a young man and a woman would get together, they would get married. They would go through usual rituals and stuff, and usually one of the rituals is like the honeymoon thing, consummate the marriage kind of thing. When the mother would get pregnant, when that would happen, they would have their own separate place initially. When she became pregnant, she moved right back in with her parents, and she reserved the right to keep her husband away from her as long as she wanted. It was a really interesting trick. They've actually found out, at least as far as I know, that generally speaking, that women who tend to get pregnant tend to feel more secure around their own family members while the child is gestating, rather than around their husband and the husband's relatives. So in this particular situation, it kind of tracked with, kind of natural formations. She would leave, go back to her mom and dad's, hut, longhouse, whatever it was, stay with them until the child was born, and then they would slowly kind of integrate back into their own household. It's kind of an interesting way of doing it. This was entirely based on the mom choosing this thing. If you had this kind of setup now, if you posited this to somebody like Jimbob, the oil in his hair would burst into flames. This is not the kind of cultural conservatism that he would want. So the idea of family core values are very different. Family core values in the United States are based on the nuclear family, husband, wife, and their offspring. In other societies, family core values are based on all of the family, all the kids and the grandkids. They're all kind of subsumed into the group. If you believed in that kind of like nuclear isolated family, you might be getting pulled into kind of a fascistic nationalist set, because the idea of doing that, where it's just you and your spouse and your kids and everyone else be fucked, that is precisely what they want.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, like, I don't know. I haven't done any research on this, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt, right? But like, in my mind, when I interact with people who are, Christian versus non-Christian versus, any other religion, like it tends, I tend to see more variation, like not on the basis of what religion that person is, where like, oh, these people have strong family values and they're Christian, and these people have weak family values and they're agnostic or atheist or something. Like, I've seen Christian families that have really strong family values. I've seen Christian families that have really poor, family values. It doesn't really seem to me that there's a strong correlation in behavior, like within the religions. I think it's,
exactly.
Like the problem with people is that they're people, all of them.
Yeah.
I think it's really quite cultural, and even within, there are tons and tons of America is not so much of a melting pot as it is a tossed salad. And there are traditions that persist among the various peoples that have settled this continent, including those who settled this continent long before Europeans did, or before Europeans imported Africans too. There are cultural values that have persisted a long time. We can get all kinds of anthropological about, we can go all Margaret Mead on this, but in my family, my mom attended the birth of every single one of my sister's children and was there in those early days. And I don't think that that's particularly uncommon across cultures. And, the myth of the mother-in-law is a part of that. It's a part of the resentment that comes from patriarchal culture. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and people are people, as Mr. Anderson said, and you can't get away from that. The thing that disturbs me about people like Jimbob is they seek to alienate us from those close bonds, and in the name of religion, and it sucks. It sucks. It's very disturbing to me.
Yeah. All right, let's get this back up and running.
This guy who says question nothing, is there anything assumed without evidence to even come to knowledge? And again, I think we both already established it. Whether we can, yeah. So would you say, and we'll finish with this because we both agree on this, wouldn't you say, well, no, knowledge actually requires the regularity in nature maintains?
Yeah, you
Right,
can't make any, like, and I mean, and I'm a big, proponent of science, and like I said, I'm not a theist, but no, you can't get around it. Not only do you have to presume that the future will resemble the past and the present will resemble both of them, you have to also presume that your senses are reliable, that you're not inside the matrix, right? I'm Mr. Anderson.
Right. Therefore, I'm glad you said that. Therefore, to people like question nothing, when you say evidence, what you're doing is you're putting faith in your sense data analysis of what you're calling evidence. Now we know this because there's no external world that you're pointing to without it going through the filter of your sense data. So something's being assumed that isn't just evidence, because evidence assumes that you're properly interpreting sense data, right?
Okay.
Yeah. No, so I mean, like, if we use your definition of faith, then everybody has to have some degree of faith, right? You just have like slightly more than, say, I do, for example, right? Because we both have to have faith in order to believe in the regularity of nature. We both have to have faith in order to believe that our senses don't lie to us. We both have to have faith, to believe in, like, I mean, the laws of logic actually is a little bit of a slippery one, I think, but to some degree, I think that there's something there as well. And that you also have to have faith in a deity, right? And so, like, we both have to have faith. You just have, like, slightly more, I think.
Right. Well, I would say more. I would say I attribute faith to something. I take it a step further, and now and we'll part ways here. Is that the atheist? Not that you're taking that position. Is that you didn't need to take the step further and say, I don't know, logic being conceptual and absolute, or truth being conceptual and absolute. You didn't need to attribute that mind-dependent absolute concept to an absolute mind, but they agree it's mind-dependent. and then I push the atheist further, or specifically the materialist atheist, and I ask them, are the laws of thought?
I'll adopt that position if you like some other time. Not that I necessarily.
Sure. Yeah. We can reconvene. Okay. But thanks for jumping on, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate you. And if the topic suits you or it's a panel, feel free to click the link.
So I want to emphasize the significance of what just happened there, because, and I don't think that Jimbob at that time had realized the significance of what had just happened. Because giving away those presumptions, those presuppositions, is the ball game when it comes to presuppositional apologetics.
It is.
It is that stuff is their go-to. Without it, they're just regular apologists. Like getting him to agree that that science is based on these assumptions which can't be proven, and that those unproven assumptions are common across both the atheistic or scientific worldview and the theistic and even presuppositionalist worldview, the importance of that can't be understated, or can't be overstated, I should say. It takes away their main tool that they use both to attack science and atheism, and that they use to defend themselves, and that they use to deflect when they're in uncomfortable situations. So it really does strip them of, like, most of their toolkit when you get that sort of admission. So as I say, I don't think that he realized what had happened initially, but he certainly did later, and he was very, very, very angry about it, as you can see here.
You dirty little pig snake, you fork tongue.
There you go. Okay. Here comes the poison. Everybody pay attention. Here comes the poison.
Muckraking pig snake.
I love it.
Here comes the poison. That you know, it's valuable to highlight this. That it's valuable to highlight the poison that comes out of that seeps out of the mud. Because this is, you know, as you said, this came later, right? You take him out of the you take him out of the game, and out of his own game, where he's pretending to be arguing the finer points, the angels on heads of pins that I talk about. You take him out of that, and once you let him loose, this is what he's telling his audience. And I don't know, this is something I really struggle with. I don't know the degree to which we give him a target to rail against. And we can get into that at once this whole thing's concluded, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, my view on it is like, you know, as I say, like this video has already been made, this interaction's already happened. We can enjoy it, right? But you know, my view is, you know, nobody of, you know, any either importance in the community like yourself, Stephanie, or any, you know, kind of size should be giving this guy the time of day. He should be relegated to small YouTubers who can benefit from the attention that he will give them, you know, but not, you know, where the audience of the person who is you know, he's going to be interacting with are going to benefit him. Like he should not have access to any of the vulnerable people in our communities, and he should not be able to, like, he should not be able to enjoy the dialogue. Like, even though there are interesting arguments that I wouldn't honestly enjoy refuting, because I think I could take them apart.
So would
I am not doing
I'll
that.
be honest. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not a shrinking violet, as you probably know, but but the point is, the political game is really kind of critical for people who will be impacted by by what these guys are really trying to achieve. That's, you know, so it's for me, it's a question of how do we manage this interaction. And again, we can get into that if you're into it after this whole thing's over.
I would say as soon as JimBob starts calling Mr. Anderson a pig snake after the interaction that I just saw them have, because maybe he realized that
that he got owned. Yes.
Logic escaped him. Let's just be diplomatic about it. Logic escaped JimBob in that. Well, let's see this, because I like the pig snake with the fur.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Well, that is extremely. It's also extremely weird. It's like,
well, I mean, in fairness to him, I found that one after, because I was like, I need this. I need, you know, so like I need an image of the pig snake for myself.
The reason I like this is because this reminds me of the days when Tom Rabbit would do those Darth Dawkins videos, and Darth Dawkins would run back and he would do the you know, at the temple, you know, the Chamber of Doom or whatever. And that's what this feels like. This feels like, because many of these guys, my brother Jay used to deal with this too. He'd have discussions with some Christian apologists at Praise I Am and some people like that, and then he'd end up recording. He'd go in with a sock account and watch them talk about him after he left, and the vitriol and the viciousness like tilted right up. So this is par for the course. This is old school for me. I really.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I don't mind. Call me a pig snake any day.
I'm envious. You got called a pig snake. Oh, made by JimBob.
Mr. Pig Snake.
I got a real soft crowd. I admit I'm soft in that I am not currently sporting an erection, I guess. But I think that's normal when you're hosting a show. All right.
Well,
let's
if
see
it
what
lasts
happens
more
here.
than 6 hours, I'd consult a physician.
Oh yeah, it'll fall right off after that. Yeah, that was I think
Priapism, right?
Errol Flynn always had that worry because he was always dipping it in
Priapism.
cocaine. So, and those French guys that eat frogs' legs. Okay.
No, you weren't harsh. Stop patting yourself on the back. You played dirty. You misled.
Oh, really?
Okay, you played dirty. You misled.
So how did I do that? How did I prove what everyone knows is impossible in the first place? What I
This is
Bob,
just me
it's just
pontificating. You can skip it. You can skip that part if you want to. I just sort of talk about like the ins and outs and like how the the rest of the video is people, it's good. It's good analysis, but you guys don't need to see me pontificate. We're here for Jefferson Spatchcock's pearls of wisdom, not mine.
We've already been doing a lot of this. I want to see the rest of this. But I'm going to wrap this up pretty quick, but I do want to play this again. Let me play this one more time.
as you can see here.
You dirty little pig snake. You fork-tongue lawyer. You little fork-tongue professional liar.
This is anti-Semitism.
You muck-raking.
Well, yeah, anti-legalism too. and
No,
it's
you
like,
weren't harsh. Stop patting yourself on the back. You played dirty.
How did he play
You
dirty?
misled. You pigs.
He didn't.
He did. He debated you in the English language. What the hell?
So how did I do
Well,
this?
Mr. Anderson used his legal training to expose the weaknesses in the argument, and there were plenty. I'm a fucking sailmaker, and I did it in 6 words. It's not hard to expose the weaknesses in this particular argument. That there cannot be any truth in physicalism. That's it's so easy it's mistaking map for place. It's just, dude, you're just wrong. You're using semantics. It's not semiotics. You get into semiotics when you start delving deeper. And in the middle of all your argumentation, if anybody happens to show up that you don't like, you just basically call them brain dead, or that wasn't me, that was somebody else, or a goblin, that wasn't me, that was me actually. Or you just
what did he call you? What did he call you, Stephanie?
He called me a goblin.
But
Called
no,
me a
you said, like,
goblin and told me called me a goblin.
Was it a
and
word
told me-
goblin? What kind of goblin?
A goblin, just a goblin.
Just a regular
And told-
goblin?
Just a goblin.
We gotta find we gotta find a gift for you. We gotta some kind of like a goblin in a dress.
And told me what was funny was I was listening. I didn't say a fucking word. I didn't join the stream. I joined the stream, and it was speed stream. I joined the stream, and I was sewing bags. Right, I was at work, and I was sewing bags, and I had a camera directed at me, a sewing machine, and I'm sitting there listening to this garbage for literally 4 hours, like background noise. It's like I could have been listening to some music or something, but I was like, hey, listen, let me listen to some fucking fascist Nazi reel for 4 hours on nonsense. And I didn't say a goddamn thing until the end of the thing, until it gets like, it's like, I think you guys are missing something here. It's kind of a key element in this whole argument. It's that you think when you're talking about physicality, there is physicality that is qua physicality. Things exist, and they would exist whether we saw them or not. So it's not, when you're talking about something, when you're talking about physical processes, they exist whether we're here to observe them and describe them or not. And what Jimbob has been doing the entire time is trying to join the description of these things to the processes themselves, which is stupid.
Okay.
The processes are going on. You can't, you know, whether we're here to observe them or whether we're not. Luckily, we're here to observe them and can describe them to one another. Yes, the description is also a physical process, arises out of a physical process of the shit that makes our brains up. But they're not the processes themselves. The neutron star is a neutron star, whether we're here to see the neutron star or not.
But
We
it's
just
still,
have it's
but
still there.
It's still only there because of Jesus. I think that's the thing.
Well, that's,
I just want to bring this up.
and it's just a stupid fucking argument.
I just want to bring this because Jim, as a host, conveniently didn't watch the full exchange, just the edited version? ? I don't know. Look, Mr. Anderson came into my account.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Is this a heavily edited version? Did you deceptively chop things up?
Well, what he's actually no, I didn't. What he's referring to is that we had a second debate, like a second exchange, where Jimbob kicks me off 3 times, I think, and I made a video reviewing that. And on that one, I ended the I ended my edit of it after the end of the first time that he kicked me off. And he thinks that he had a good moment sometime between the second and the third time that he kicked me off. And he really wishes that I included what he feels is his best moment in my video. And I'm like, I mean, I don't know. I kind of thought that it meandered around and he kept on abusing his mod powers or whatever. Right.
Sure.
And then he started saying some things that were a little bit odious again. And I was kind of like, you know what? I think that for the sake of the point that I want to make, this thing really kind of best ends right here. And he was really, really mad about that.
So
and apparently
may I just say, now that I know that Jimbob is sitting in the chat, may I just say that Jimbob, you shall not pass. I'm the wielder of the sacred fire.
Well, I was just going to say,
go back to the dark flame of Adun.
I was going to say,
I'm sorry, dude. You just you bring your shit. You can break the bridge.
I got 7, 8. I was going. This is going to
meet in the pit.
This is going to steal your thunder, but I'll have to let you and Mr. Anderson go. I was going to extend an invitation. I'll talk to Jimbob if he wants to come in.
Don't.
But he's not gonna. My guess is he would not come in with the 3 of us because he'll feel outnumbered.
Sure.
Well, he won't. He won't. And quite honestly, that's your choice. But I'm not sure it's. I'm not sure it's useful. If you want to do it, it's. If you want to do it, that's fine. But I think that for many of us, we feel, or at least, well, I won't speak for many of us. I'll speak for me. I feel like this kind of interaction is exactly what the Crucible crew wants. More of us to get into these discussions and platform them and bring them up and have a back and forth so that they can go back and clip the interactions for their community
It's possible, but
just go on.
Well, Jefferson, speaking for myself, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, man.
And
Thanks for coming.
I've really enjoyed our interaction.
Yeah.
And I'll say the same, and you can proceed as you like. But
Steph, I extended the invitation to him. I don't know if he's going to come on, but I extended the invitation to him because I think most of their interactions, I mean, I only disagree with you slightly in this. I think most of it is to have conversations with women that do OnlyFans things so that they can like try to talk them into the trad wife life. That's kind of that's all.
Well, okay, you know, you can go down that road and that'd be fine. But you know, it's yeah, I just, you know, I enjoy people who mistake goblins for wizards.
I appreciate that, and I love your participation, and I appreciate your input, and I hope you don't hold it against me. But if he does want to come in here, I'll have an exchange with him briefly, even though I should know better. I just went over this with Mr. Anderson, so
yeah,
I fully expect you to like chide me about this now, later,
no,
and perpetually in the future.
You know, we'll yeah, we can talk about.
There's a difference, Jefferson, between knowing better and doing it anyways.
Yeah,
yeah,
and you know, I get the impulse to do this.
We're all human. We're all human.
It's more the case like if somebody's going to come on, there are people that have disliked me a lot and have had disagreements with me and come on later on and talk to me. Like,
you know,
people like Otangelo that have done horrible things like dead naming people on the internet and stuff like that. And I've talked to them after the fact, and maybe I shouldn't have, but yeah.
Well, no, you shouldn't have.
Hey, I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. I think
no, you shouldn't have. That's just, and I think
Steph is judging me, and she should.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am,
she
because
should.
I think that you know, that's dangerous. People get hurt, and I don't think that enough people understand how much hurt there is. And I don't think people understand how much potential hurt there is. I don't think that enough people listen to the people that are being hurt.
Yeah.
To say, hey, please don't do this. And I do think that the pushback that is given to people outside of the people who are being hurt is that, it's feel sorry for ism. Oh, it's wokeism. Oh, it's this and that. And I think that there's tremendous upside value for eyeballs on screens and asses in seats that people will go for. And it leaves people in the affected communities in a place where we don't see anyone who really gives a fuck about the impact that these kinds of conversations have on. And I'll just leave it there. Do what you will.
Yeah. No, I get that. And a counterpoint, I know she's left. I don't know how, if a group of individuals like people in kind of the bro sphere or the ortho philosoph kind of groups are doing this kind of stuff. If individuals aren't talking to them about this kind of stuff and at least pushing back on a lot of their rhetoric, I don't know how it actually gets out of place. I get there is a cynicism to this, because if it gets clicks or something like that, it's basically one of those situations where, it's no different than politicians using illegal immigrants as a political tool. and of people essentially using the plight of LGBTQ people to gain clicks and engage in the culture war and stuff like that. And I don't want to be doing that. But if I'm engaging in somebody's content like we are now, Mr. Anderson, and the content that we're looking at is your debate with somebody like MadeByJimbob, and he wants to talk to me about whatever this is, I'm inclined to give him at least one shot to talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's reasonable. And I'm like, I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell you what to do on your channel either. So, I've kind of I've interacted with him, and obviously, we're covering his content now, so to some extent that's increased exposure. I guess I make my decision for myself, and I respect your discretion, and I know that you'll handle it appropriately. So if he has clicked the link already and you'd like me to go, I'm more than happy to go, and you and I can stay friends.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right. Well, yeah, I guess I can let you go, and I'll stop sharing the video. And I am going to watch the last few minutes of this, in my private time, and listen to the rest of your comments on it, because I liked what you had to say. I really like the way that you set this up. I don't entirely understand. I will admit this. I don't entirely understand why Jimbob was so angry about the quote unquote pig snake move that you pulled on him. I thought it was pretty transparent what you were saying during the conversation. So yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this later. I got a few others.
I mean, you know what? I'll if you do end up talking to him, then I'll certainly be interested in learning about that as well. And yeah, this has been a hoot.
Yeah, it's been great talking to you, and I hope you do well. And yeah, if nobody else wants to join, I'm going to leave it open for a little bit. I'll let him go. If Jimbob is still in the chat, if he wants to jump in, he can. If he's already left, I have a feeling he's already left.
Yeah,
because he's not waiting in the back room or anything. If that's the case, if anybody else would like to come in and have a chance to speak their mind or do anything like that, it's 12:30 at night. There's only 49 people watching, so it's not that bad. So thank you, Mr. Anderson. I really like your work, and I'm glad that you came on, and thank you for sharing this with me, and it was a great chat.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
All right, have a great night. Take care.
You too. All right, bye-bye.
Yep. Bye. All right, folks. Nope. Get rid of that. Stop that screen. All right. All right. I don't know if I can post this again. I thought I had it pinned. I'm pretty sure I did. But I do want to point out to Stephanie's concern, I think she brought up a good point. A lot of these discussions, I think, take place, and it's something that's been bothering me when I watched like Doug's commentary about this kind of stuff. It takes place around trans people instead of taking place with them. And especially with the way, like when I watch his content and I see the comments coming from his audience, the way that they talk about trans women specifically, it's, I think we already mentioned this, less so trans men. It always seems like it's a little bit more the vitriol, the disgust, the hate, the bigotry, all this kind of stuff ends up kind of just, pumping out at that point. And I do worry about that kind of stuff, because I don't want to turn that into some kind of like reason to get famous or reason to get clicks or anything. If there's a reasonable discussion to be had about that, and it happens to attract views, great. I don't want to target that kind of thing. for those views. And frankly, I don't know that my content does. I think that Doug's content does, unfortunately, on YouTube. I think it tends to be more conservative, and I think if he's trying to target the whole, the trans women panic that seems to be, at its height right now, that gets views. So Maudie says, wish I could. Mike sounds great. Well, that's good. That's good. I would talk with you another day. It's a bit late for me now. If you want to talk for like 10, 15 minutes, we can. It doesn't have to go on for another 4 hours. I'm going to be cashing it in pretty quick. It's up to you. I'm surprised Jefferson's voice is still working. We were watching other content, man. Come on. But no, I'm glad that Mr. Anderson was here to point out his content and stuff. If you're interested in his stuff, take a look. He seems to have a pretty keen mind about argumentation and logic. And his channel is relatively small, but he's had chats with I think Kent Hovind. So check his stuff out. Stephanie Helms also is active quite a bit, and I appreciate her input on this kind of stuff, mostly because I think, when it comes to like trans issues, I think she kind of keeps me in line. She's been involved in this issue for a long time, and I think her input provides a necessary perspective on these kinds of things, because a lot of this stuff can get too theoretical and too, philosophical, and Steph is usually very good about pointing out the real human cost of this kind of stuff and the effect that this has on real people in real time, in their real lives. That's a necessary thing for people to to take into consideration. And if you watch my coverage of Doug, you know that Doug doesn't really give the impression that he cares about that at all. All right, folks. I think that's about it. I did extend the invitation to Jimbob. I didn't think he would take it. He's not. I think he's done for the night, and I think I should be too. So, and I think that does it. So, I've been on for long enough. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for any super chats. I know I had at least one. Thank you for all the commentary and the engagement. This has been great. I may be back tomorrow. Put a pin in that. I'm not sure. It's going to depend on what I'm going to cover. If not, I will very likely be back Sunday afternoon. So things are a little bit messed up this time. So with that being said, I'm going to get out of here. Those who wish to hear will listen. Those who do not care will not. Yeah. Jim was, do you stream during daytime usually? I've got a full-time job. I work 8 to 5. Normally, if you want to catch me, I do evening shows. I usually do one evening show in the middle of the week, and then I do shows during the weekend, usually one. But this weekend, I might be doing one more or two more. So if you're interested in catching up, let me know. But you know where my show is. So, all right, folks. I think that's going to be it. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to play the video and go to bed. Thank you, folks. Be good to each other and all that good stuff. And I will catch you all next time. Look forward to hearing back from you. See ya. God damn it. Wrong video. Why do these things keep syncing up wrong? God damn it.